Aussie. I'm live. Much like Matthew Guy trying to spear an election, I'm trying to spear a maraschino cherry. And I succeeded. Hopefully, Matthew Guy won't succeed. But we'll see. Hey, Asafa. So I suppose I should have like the ABC website. That's interesting. Fuck it. Let's do that. Music keeps coming up. I don't know where it's coming from. What do I want? I want ABC. abc.net.au. Dun, dun, dun. Flood warnings. News. Follow along with the live blog. All right. So now we wait. Hi, Zvan. Safa got local seats open. Yeah, Greg. Hello. Hi. Happy Election Day. So I think I'm probably going to be nervous for at least the next hour. I was going to run a book, like a pretend book, like as if I was taking bets. Let's see if this banner will work. 200 characters. It won't work. Trying to think of a term. I want to put various odds. Like in my mind, it's like I worked out some odds. I'm gonna do a spreadsheet. Okay, where the fuck is Chrome on here? And I'm going to use Google Sheets. Okay. Hello, Kirsten, and hi, Heine. A very smoky Manhattan. I mean, you don't normally put Manhattan on ice. I just wanted to dilute it a little bit, so I put it on ice. I could have stirred it before pouring it, but also I'm lazy. Very smoky. It's a consistent trend when I put stuff in the barrels because the interior of the barrel is charred. You pick up a bit of smokiness and you leave a cocktail in there for a couple of weeks. Godsvanda, average age of voters in your seat was 70. A very strong grey vote. Let me see. So, okay. I'm just thinking. Here are my odds. I think by far the most oops, I did something wrong. By far the most likely outcome is the Andrews government returned with reduced majority. I'm calling that an even money bet. So what my mind was the next most likely, probably hold their majority. I say that's 5-1. Minority government. So they lose enough seats that they're actually a minority government. They've got more than the Liberals, so they still form government. I'm going to say 10-1. It's very unscientific, by the way, if anyone was wondering. Now the unlikely one, an increased majority. I'm going to say 20-1. LNP win. I'm going to say 50-1. Because despite the fucking media hacks going on and on about it, I just don't think it's going to happen. All right. So, got to get, was it 45 seats to be a majority government? But say, you know, Labor got 43, which is a minority of seats, and the Liberals were 30 something, and Labor could do a deal with minor parties for support. So they formed government, but they didn't have a majority in the House. Simon gets excited by redistribution. Fair enough. So, okay, here's something I thought we could do for fun. This is my bookies sheet. I'm not going to actually take any bets, but with those odds, so Andrew's government winning with a reduced majority is even money. So if you're like, yeah, you bet $5, you get $5. Well, you get your bet plus $5 back. If they maintain their majority, like on balance, they haven't lost any seats, but they could lose one and pick one up, and that would be the same deal. That's 5-1. So if you bet $5, you'd get $25 win. If they form a minority government, that's 10-1. So if you bet $5, you get $50 back. Increased majority, 20-1. So if they increase their majority, you bet $5, you get $100 back. And an LNP win, 50-1. So if you put $5 on that and they won, you'd get $250. Again, stressing, not actually doing any bets. This is just fun. We pretend if I did do it, would I come out ahead as the bookie, or would I lose money? So that's the side thing to. Okay, I'm going to use ask me about odds. Labor win equals even money. LNP win equals 50-1. Roll this across the bottom as a ticker. Okay, so that's the most basic odds. Even money on Labor win, 50-1. on a LNP win. Safa, at this point, any talk about any seats is borderline meaningless. Says Van, your seat absorb bits of Warrandyte, tend to be a bit more left-leaning. Hoping the LNP get the book. Oh, is it literally Matthew Guy's seat you're in? Okay, that would be super fucking funny if he lost his seat. That would be toast. If Matthew Guy lost his seat, that would be very funny. It's interesting. I'm looking at maybe they mean nationals. I don't know. The ABC website is just saying 4 seats gone to someone. It's a fucking fruit fly. Sorry. 4 seats gone to someone other than ALP or Liberal, and they're not committing any to the ALP at this point. All right, 2 updates. What do we got? Oysters served at Nepean candidate Sam's Groth election party. Well, that's not quite a sausage sizzle, but what the hey? Okay, so yes, it's too early to say anything about anything, really. That's the simple answer. Maybe by 8 o'clock there'll be definite trends. Who knows? It's very hard to know for sure. Hey Raiders, how you doing? Yeah, Safa, I am hoping the Libs lose a couple of their blue ribbon seats either to Labor or Teals. You would think so, Greg. That guy would have had lobsters at his election party. Safa, you are asking a sports question. I can't believe you don't know that I don't give a flying fuck about the outcome of any sports thing. I have no knowledge of it, and I have no care about it. Not my thing. Raiders, you want to watch iView? Well, I mean, I've got the ABC website on another tab, not iView. Well, Mrs. Angry's watching it in the next room. So I might disappear occasionally. Like she might tell me there's something interesting to go to. So did you hear your name mentioned? I was just talking about you've got the TV on. And Mrs. Angry's ears are burning. Actually, I think she mostly wants to know when I got some eggnog today. I mean, election. I got eggnog because, as Homer informed us, we only get 30 sweet noggy days, and then the government takes it away from us. And I've got this spiced Christmas brandy. I am going to have spiced Christmas brandy and eggnog. Very goddamn excited about that. Not even joking. I'm not being ironic or sarcastic. I'm really looking forward to having eggnog and brandy. So, yes, I want everyone to make bets. Make your bets. What do you think the result's going to be? Wow, you can't even see that, can you? Let me. Oh, it's a freaking fly in my face. Wait, where's the zoom on this? I don't want to add a sheet. I want to zoom. Or, fuck it. I will just increase the size of the text. Which I do how? Like that. Okay. And a lucky one came on a 10-1. Come on, don't do that. Okay, so those are the bets. Come on. Someone's going to place a bet. Raiders, I think you may unfortunately be correct. Cookers could do well. So Kirsten, okay, so but with a majority, because of my 3 bets, that's a reduced majority, which I think that's the even money bet. Returned with a reduced majority, which I guess that's a really broad brush because they've got an 18-seat majority or something. So. Oh, no. Raiders reckons Hawthorn swing away from the Libs, Richmond to Greens. Says Van, you're betting. But you've also got to say a dollar amount so we know how much you win. Matthew Guy gets a boot. Minority government. Greens take more seats. Okay. So, Zvan, you're betting on a minority government, which I'm giving 10-1 odds. Kirsten, you're going for the even money bet, which I say reduced majority. I think that's very much a... Greg's betting $59 on the reduced majority. Okay. So this is the first person to give me an amount. So, Greg... A lot of people have got to bet so I can cover the spread. Raiders, that's not something I'm betting on. 69 and 25 for Kirsten. Kirsten, 25. Says Van, what do you mean 100 Aussie coins? Do you mean $100 or $1? Yeah, I mean, a fun side bet would be Matthew Guy losing his seat, basically. All right. Kirsten wants... No, of course. This is all play money. Kirsten betting $69 too. Oh, dear. Raiders, if not for COVID and the Cooker establishment. I think that is a reasonably accurate statement. Namely, if it hadn't been for COVID and the Cookers having an upswing on fucking disgruntlement about lockdowns, possibly not as dominating as the West Australian result, but in that ballpark, like it would have been a crushing win for Labor if COVID didn't happen. Everyone's going for 69 on the even money bet. You do that, you get a 69 back. I mean, it's the reason it's an even money bet is because it's by far the most likely outcome. So, yeah, cooked independence on the ballot. Yeah, I mean, there are just really fucking dodgy people. Really dodgy people. Oh, sorry, Heine, your hold majority. Okay, well, that's a bold bet. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. Your hold majority, Heine. Okay. I'm not saying I'm going to block anyone who bets on an LNP win, but, you know. Oh, yeah, Raiders. All the cookers are fucking linked to the Liberals. No two ways about it. Because they are absolutely without morals, the Libs have been actively courting the cooker and extremist demographic. It's absolutely appalling. It's disgusting. Heine, bold bet. Well, it's what I think is the second most likely outcome. So I think us having, an Andrews-led government next week is by far the most likely outcome. Not a done deal, but the most likely outcome. But there's a whole bunch of flavors that could be. And yeah, Raiders, that whole friggin' the influence of that really toxic American style of discourse and the cookers and the violence is not good. Oh yeah, so Family First. When going past the polling place today, and sort of see these Family First people and like instant urge to punch them in the face, and I thought, no, don't do that. That would be bad. Then see a Liberal Democrat and go, okay, now there's someone I really think needs a punch in the face, but very negative behavior, and I don't condone it. I mean, honestly, yeah, I've gone from saying I don't like them. I mean, I'm joking. I never had the slightest impulse to punch them in the face. It's just like, it's my colorful way of expressing I don't like them. And yes, the idea of actually physically attacking any political entity is stupid. But it's just, man, they're garbage, folks. Oh, Bernie Finn, he's the guy who got booted from Labour for dodginess, isn't he? Is that who he is? I can't remember, but that sounds familiar to me. So I guess we will see where it goes. There you go. A little bit of trivia. Caulfield has the highest postal vote in the state. Oh God, Greg, were the cookers actually? What are they even? I suppose it's because the election. They're such a fucking pack of losers. I mean, oh, no more lockdowns. There are no more lockdowns. You fucking idiots. And as I've said repeatedly, if you want to know what would have happened without strong COVID containment measures, look to the US state of Florida, where smaller population than Australia, but 75,000 more, at least 75,000 more deaths. Okay, so the ABC website is saying 5 ALP, 3 Liberal, 5 other. I wish I knew what the other were. I wish I knew what the others were. Because it just says other, and I don't know what that is. Because they appear to be counting the National Party as other, which is ridiculous because they're part of the... I don't know. It's very strange. It's very hard to be sure. So, Heine, you're saying that when the ABC says other, they mean not Nats and not Greens. Well, that would be super interesting to me if that's the case, because they're calling 5 seats for other, which is pretty big. So I guess Greg and Safa, you're watching the ABC. They are reporting differently to the website, or the website's trailing in updates. Oh, okay. Now the website's saying 10 ALP, 2 Liberal, 6 other. I really want to know what the other is, though. Click view all party totals. I do not see anything saying that. I feel like you're looking at a different web. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Yeah, they are counting the fucking Nationals and Greens as others. It's okay. It's really fucking confusing how they're doing it on the website. And the number for the Liberal keeps going up and down. Now it's only 1 on the website. Anyway, at least half an hour till anything is. Hey, Dr. Abigail. Very early, obviously, and I'm sure you know that. Again, pretty much any results at the moment. Safa, no, they're fucking not. Okay, this is what I'm saying about the ABC website is really confusing. They very clearly, okay, because the Liberal and National Party are not one party; they're a coalition of 2 different parties. And on the ABC website, now it's currently saying, changing all over the place, 10 Labor, 3 Liberal, 7 other, and you view all party totals, and the Nationals are clearly an other because they got 6 seats. So yeah, it is super fucking strange, and I will go further than strange and say fucking moronic that the ABC website is counting the National Party under others, because they're a fucking coalition with the Libs, and it's obviously their combined numbers that Labor has to beat. So it's annoying, confusing, and straight up fucking stupid. Oh, how was you caught manage? Sorry, I didn't manage to catch up with you and AZ, Dr. Abigail. It was home things all got on top of me, and it would yes, I couldn't really disappear for the hours it would have taken to go over and see the 2 of you. Hi, Megaleech, how's it going? Yeah, so the numbers just jump all over the place, and I don't know. You'd want at least half an hour or so before there's any clear picture. Can you come on the stream? You can certainly come on the stream if you want. Right. So there is yon link. Wow. Did I not get enough sleep last night? I'm feeling very vague. I didn't even drink that much last. I mean, I did drink. Didn't drink that much last night though. Maybe I should have a break from drinking the alcohol and have an energy drink. Or I just got into my head, I want to make an old fashioned with my yummy syrup. Oh, and here's Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So I have a bit of a bone to pick with you, Mr. Angry Aussie.
Sure.
And it regards in one screenshot's worth of messages from you regarding the visit to AIDS's place.
Yeah.
You've gone from, like, because I've asked you yesterday, I asked you, what time do you want to visit AIDSy? Because you wanted to come with me. And you've gone from, depends when you wake up, to today, you asked me what time I'm going. So in one screenshot's worth of messages, you went to on your time to on my time. And I'm too aspy to deal with that kind of ambiguity. Well, and I can't deal with that. And so that kind of inconsistency from people. And I'm shaking a duck at you now. I shake a duck at you.
You are.
And I make an grumpy face. And yes, I don't know why it's so bright. My camera is just picking up a lot of light for some reason. Probably it's because there's bright light coming through the window. There's a window right there. Actually, I can show you because the view out the window is actually pretty awesome.
Natural light. Look at that.
Yes, there's lots of natural light and ferns, and unfortunately, the giant cat has knocked over all the ducks that I had on my windowsill. But because there's a lot of natural light. Yeah.
Hey, Greg.
Usually there's a lot less natural light coming through.
Yeah.
I think I need more light.
So as Van has pointed out, the number one thing that autistic people can't deal with is inconsistency and ambiguity. And I'm sure it works for certain types, but I can't deal with that. And so, it did my head in a little bit today, and I'm like, and I just woke up as well when I got your message saying, what time am I going? And I thought I was working on your timeline, and so
okay. Well,
consider the bone shaken.
Sure. And now I'll, in counterpoint, point out the practical considerations that you're utterly failing to take into account. Namely, I have to cross the entire fucking city, which takes an hour, and that would be an enormous fucking waste of my time if circumstances for you had changed and you weren't ready.
Yeah, you're on the side of the city.
Yeah. You need to move north of the river, where the cool people live. Where the cool people live. And okay, so the thing is that because that doesn't affect me, I like it doesn't enter into my consciousness until I get it pointed out to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that is fair enough. I say angrily at you.
Sure.
It doesn't
which
affect you
is
until you go
to
across the
your
river.
point. Yeah, like it. I hear what you're saying. Is what I'm saying. To keep up my anger at you, fake anger /
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
We're,
I know.
we're,
I hear what
we're,
you're saying,
we're having chuckles.
but also, yeah, also, yeah. I just like I woke up after like sleeping for like not long enough and getting a message that was contrary to what I was expecting. That's all. And my Aspie brain just couldn't handle it. And yeah, anyway. I also have like major bones to pick with Stephen Colbert. If I ever meet that fucker,
Yeah.
like he mispronounces names from the Silmarillion, and it really bugs me. He should know better.
Isn't he like a big Tolkien fan?
He's a huge Tolkien fan, but he mispronounces Sindarin names all the time. And he also says GIF and not GIF, which is
and he's probably using the stupid excuse that the guy who invented the code for it.
Yeah, he does.
Dude, you're a fucking code nerd who clearly knows nothing about language. Shut the fuck up. Stay in your lane.
It's an acronym. Get over it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look,
Also,
the only way I'm going to say GIF is if it's a picture of a giraffe, because then instead of a graphical thing, it's a giraffical.
Or if it's a kitchen cleaner.
GIF.
No, kitchen cleaner Aussie. Is a yes.
Very Aussie kitchen cleaner.
And Erendil is Elendil's dad. Yeah. Earendil is Elrond's dad. And Colbert calls Earendil all the time, and it shits me. They're even spelled differently.
Here's the thing: I would pay money to see that conversation.
Yeah. Look, if you want to put me on a plane to New York for me to sit in the audience of the Colbert show, the Late Show, they take questions from he takes questions from the audience during the pre-show. I will be there. I will actually do that. If you want to sponsor this, come with me.
His attention. You would get his attention. I would
totally.
Saying, why do you mispronounce Sindarin names?
Yes.
He would take the bait. He would absolutely take the bait.
Let's do a GoFundMe.
He would.
Greg, that's it. We should do a GoFundMe. Send Abigail to hold Stephen Colbert account.
This is literally the only way anyone could ever convince me to go to the US. To do this conversation with Colbert regarding Earendil. He just mispronounces Sindarin all the time.
So your basis for saying he's pronouncing fictional words wrong is your reading of the appendices and whatnot, where it talks about pronunciation?
My study of the Sindarin language.
But what's your text? What's your text?
Oh, okay. So in the Silmarillion, Earendil, the spelling of his name is different to the way he says it.
Right.
Like he says it Earendil, whereas in Elven you say Earendil.
And that's explicitly stated in the Silmarillion?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah. No, this is
explicitly
all
stated.
I knew you would have
Yeah,
a text.
okay, so you want to, so obviously before we book flights,
Yeah,
I will have proofs ready, printed out
yeah.
in hand, in
I mean,
triplicate.
here's the thing. I assumed you were right. I was just
Oh,
verifying.
they're spelled that like Erendil is a man. Eärendil was an elf. Well, he
Yeah.
was a half elf who chose the elven side.
Yeah,
Son of Idris and what's his face? The first union of Tuor and Idris.
right.
The first union of man and elf.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I would genuinely like to see his reaction because he might just cop to it. He might just go, "Oh,
He
you make a valid
might.
point." But if he was going to argue,
Or-
I'd love to know what the basis for his argument is. Genuinely
Me
interested.
too. Yeah. Or he could just call me a big nerd. And
But again, that would be
That would be-
badge of honor.
Talk about it.
kettle calling the pot,
Yeah.
the pot calling the kettle black there.
Yeah, I mean, he notoriously was. I think it was on set for The Hobbit with Peter Jackson and the producer, and they just had a trivia off, and he fucking wiped the floor with them, and they were like,
his
"I
his
don't understand."
his knowledge of obscure names and facts is legendary.
Yeah,
But like his pronunciation is just way off.
yeah. Well, he might do the argument like, "Oh, it depends where you went to school." I don't know.
So the specific person he's talking about, Eärendil the Mariner, whose ship Vingalot, Eärendil holds one of the Silmarils,
Yeah.
and takes it to Valinor
Yes.
to petition the Valar to fight Morgoth,
Yeah.
and eventually kills Angalikon the Black, the
dragon.
the dragon.
So
So
all I'm hearing is a ship called Vingalot. I'm going, what's it like when a ship vings? Because that one vings a lot. apparently.
And all I'm hearing about is
and-
chasing a dragon.
Yeah. And Caligan the Black was one of the most dangerous dragons.
When Angalikon died, he destroyed 3 mountaintops in his ruin. He was huge. And also Colbert named his car Vingalot in
Nice.
honor of Eärendil.
Nice.
Yes.
Well,
Is it
Sorry,
to
Greg?
do with his upbringing or
Who knows? Who
like,
knows?
What,
I know
just
he's got. Is he deaf in
accents.
one ear or something? Or
He does have a deformed ear from an accident.
yeah,
From being,
And
he went to Catholic school. He's got a deformed ear from being hit by nuns.
Well, he
Yes.
also tragically lost half his family when he was young. His dad and a brother, I think.
What, for illness or an accident or?
An accident. I think it was a plane crash.
Right. Oh, well. I mean, I am,
Anyway.
because I happened to go to Dan Murphy's for their Black Friday sale, and a first bottle of Nova I've had in a while because it was $15 off. Mind you, I also got a backup bottle of Twofold because it was more than $20 off. It was almost $30 off.
Nice. What? I've got this much left of Nova.
Yeah.
Like,
So I'm
I enjoy
amusing
it.
myself by having a whiskey off with some of my top whiskeys, because Abigail and I had basically agreed that Nova is the one to beat, and I haven't actually had Nova. So I'm going to compare this one, which was a surprise one I got on sale at Dan Murphy's a while ago, that I really like, Watkins whiskey from Queensland, And then I'm going to do Archie Rose's Good Whiskey, Chief's Son, which I picked up at a recent event, then Nova, and then the anniversary Starwood Vitalis. So, and which is one of my most expensive whiskeys. Ooh, expensive must be better. Not really, but anyway. So I'm doing a taste off to see which one I like the most, because this is how I amuse. Wait, I need water. I need to cleanse my palate between. God, I didn't bring my. Oh no, I actually washed my drinking glass, so I need a new one. Just a sec. All right. So
what's a good site to look to see the results?
I'm just on the ABC website.
Because I'm on the ABC website, but it's got ALP and Liberal. But does Liberal include National as well? Because
no,
otherwise
it's
that's
having
like
this whole thing. It's fucking
super
moronic.
misleading.
They've got the Nationals in other.
That's fucked because everyone knows National equals Liberal.
So the TV has, sometimes it says Liberal, sometimes it says LNP. So it's very confusing. But I'm watching the broadcast. So, and at the moment it says LNP are at 13. I'm trying to. My eyesight's not very good, so I'm trying to use my phone. To zoom in.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to be
ABC have.
But someone should get fired.
Yeah,
it should just be streaming off
because other also includes the Greens, the Reason Party, the fucking Teal Independents. That
you can then click. There's a thing. You get the default thing on the ABC website. I'll show you. Actually, I'll do a share screen thingy.
View party totals. Oh yeah, you can view party totals.
View party totals, which makes it a bit clearer.
Yep.
So
okay.
All right. So that's the ABC website. It's currently saying 19 ALP, 7 Lib, 8 other, and then you click on View All Party Totals. And actually, I find this really confusing. So yeah, okay. So ALP, they're saying 19, Liberal 7, Greens 1, National 6, others 1. And of course, it's that combination that you got to worry about. So they're on 13 to 19 at the moment. And that's
the thing that gets me is that the Greens are on 1 seat with a +2 changed. How does that maths work out? How did they have -1 seats before?
I'm also, that's just going in my file for someone at the ABC website needs to be fired.
That's so funny.
I think maybe publicly humiliated, dragged out of the ABC office, tied up in Federation Square, and mocked.
Well, okay, yeah.
Or we'll just grumble at them, and that's all that will happen. So, yeah, it's they're saying that a 2.9% swing to the Libs is nowhere near enough to help them. Again, it's still early. In the next hour, things could change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Anyway. Hi, Ellie. All right. So I'm going to do my whiskey off. This is Watkins whiskey from Queensland, of all places.
What party would they align to?
Watkins? Oh, they're probably going to vote for Clive Palmer. I mean, honestly, they're Queenslanders. Nice whiskey, but they're Queenslanders. So do we have any Queenslanders in the audience? This one tastes like raisins. It's got this really pleasant brown sugar and raisin flavor. Wow, oh man, it's really yummy. Okay, what would you like a drink of?
Oh, can I have an old fashioned with the apple stuff?
Yes, I will make you that. In fact, I will make you out of the whiskey I decide is the best when I toast it. So there you go. I'm tasting these for a purpose. Mrs. Angry gets an old fashioned made out of the whiskey that I think is best, when
That's
I do
a
a
great
comparative test.
customer service.
I know it is. I taste test everything for the customers. So this is Archie Rose Good Whiskey. You think I'm joking? Mrs. Angry's lad's having friends over for his birthday this week, and I'm being bartender. I promised him I'd make them a couple cocktails. So,
are you live streaming that one?
I can't.
Ooh, okay.
I can't do it again. I can't be
No.
your support human. Not this time.
You backed me up, but for my sons, he's late 21st when we had 30 fucking 20 somethings here, and
Yes.
Brittany and all that sort of thing.
I took one for the team there.
Yeah. All right. So the good whiskey, you can tell it's got rye whiskey in it. It's spicier and it's also much smokier. This is probably a serious whiskey person is going to like this one better. I kind of like the Watkins one better. Now, Chief's Son, who I picked up at a recent event I went to, was my favorite one I tasted while I was there. Oh, yes, Strictly Sagan's remembering the party with that hyper chick. Yes, she was pretty
Yes, that
blind.
was Brittany. It's Brittany, bitch.
It's probably one of the best.
She was even dressed as Brittany.
Oh, that Chief's Son is really good. Oh, it's got the sort of.
I'm just picturing you actually calling like one of your kids, like your firstborn. This is my Chief's Son. Chief's Son is best son.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is the Nova, and it's just got those honey notes, and it's so fucking smooth.
Nova is just the best.
Oh, sucks. Okay.
Did I hear a rumor that Elon Musk has filed for bankruptcy?
You might have. I'm 99% sure it's not true.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. This is a really unusual flavor in this Starwood Vitalis. It's almost like tobacco leaf to me, like not a cigarette, but oh, God, that is good too. Okay, now I'm just going to do the thing of I'm going to chill them, get a bit of water in them, and see what difference that makes to the tastes before I make a final decision. So you never want to listen to whiskey wankers who really aggressively assert, this is the only whiskey, this is the best. People have different tastes. And in fact, my taste is different on different days. I prefer different things on different days. It's why I love the channel on YouTube, The Whiskey Tribe, because they're running a distillery in Texas. They are super serious about whiskey. Like they are obsessive and they know their shit, but they say the good drink is the one you like drinking, and don't let someone shit talk the thing that you like drinking. They're very anti-wanker, so I really like that about them.
Oh, giant cat! Oh, look out! Oh,
it's a giant cat. Oh my god. Okay, I feel like Watkins is probably going to win. It's just, but Watkins is really easy to drink, and what I learned before, it's so light. If you have something very strongly flavored before drinking it, it's really disappointing. Because it's really mellow.
Long boy.
There's a long and hairy boy.
He's so big.
Oh, now.
He doesn't like being held.
Yeah, no, the Archie Rose, I think, is people who like Scotch and rye.
I just like giving him
Archie
cuddles.
Rose Good Whiskey. It's got really subtle sort of smoke notes and a little bit of spiciness. So if you're in the mood for it, now Chief's Son.
Project Redfoot is being intentionally vague.
like stuff that tastes like nutty tree bark. Well.
Wow, ALP just got a massive jump for some reason, with only with less than 10% of the vote counted.
Yeah,
it's still early.
It is very early, but you look like, I think in about an hour, it's looking like it's not going to be really drawn out, and in about an hour, the numbers are going to be clear enough to say, not necessarily definitively, but with some confidence.
I've got my eye on some seats that I'm hoping the Greens will either pick up or retain. There's only one Green seat that to retain. That's the seat of Melbourne, held by Ellen Sandell, and it's hoping she keeps it. It's looking that way, and I'm hoping that my seat of Richmond, Gabrielle De Vitry picks that up.
She's
completely awesome. Gab is awesome.
I am completely okay, and in fact maybe prefer a world where the Greens pick up a couple seats and put pressure on Labor, because Labor have been far too fucking cowardly since the 90s. Like, John Howard beat them like little bitches, and they've been scared ever since.
In Europe, minority governments are the norm, and that's a good thing.
It is, because it puts pressure on them to do their own thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. So my summary of my whiskey off, I am incredibly spoiled with that's only 5 of my 20 whiskeys that I just did then. And they're all really fucking good. It's super hard to pick one between Nova, Starward Vitalis, and Watkins whiskey. I think it's very much the mood you're in. Vitalis is like a bit more complex than Nova. Nova just has that beautiful honey note. Like, you drink it and it's just
I had the privilege of having a shot of Octavia once. And I desperately need a bottle of it. And I don't know how I can get it. Because I'll never be able to justify spending the money on buying a bottle.
Okay. Now, I was wondering if I had any Octave left. That's Tawny, which is a nice Starward that's aged in...
Am I saying it right? Is it Octave or Octavia?
It's Octave. Octave barrel.
Okay.
It was aged in some very high-end wine barrels. And I think I drank it.
Wasn't it brandy barrels or something like that?
I could be wrong, but I thought it was wine. I think I drank it all. I did have a bottle, and I think I drank it all.
Okay, but in AIDSy news, I spent half the day with AIDSy today.
Yeah.
And he's existing,
which is a plus.
He is alive. He is typical of high spirits, but he is in a lot of pain. And it's very fancy wine. Thank you, Kirsten. It was a pleasure to hang out with AIDSy and Shiraz, that's what it was. Yes.
Yeah, Octavia Shiraz barrels.
Yeah. So AIDSy he's doing okay. He's just in a lot of pain, and the thing on his leg is clearing up, but the thing on his feet is getting worse.
Yeah.
And
basically what he told me.
It's just like one thing after another. It wears you down after a while, and a lesser man would have just collapsed in a heap, and he just keeps going. He's a machine of optimism, and it astounds me.
Which is pretty impressive.
He's like a role model of optimism, and Yeah.
Yeah, he's very glass half full. Like when someone said to you about,
exactly.
you've had such a bad, why is your luck so bad? You've had such a bad run of luck. And he's going, I look at it as good luck because I survived 20 things that should have killed me.
Yeah. And like I went there today. Like I go visit him frequently. And nowadays.
Yeah.
And I don't get out of the house very often. And I do it like I go visit him for him most of the time. Just, because like just to give back to him, to give him company and whatnot. But today, like, I had a migraine, my meds hadn't kicked in, and I got there. He could see I was stressed and a bit out of it. And he taught me this relaxation technique, and I was just chill as fuck. It was awesome. And yeah, it was, and I still had a headache, but yeah, it was so awesome. And like, he's just a cool dude. And then I just like sat there and let him tell stories at me. It was awesome.
Which he loves. So
he loves. And I just had a great day just hanging out with Aidsy. It was awesome.
Oh, that's excellent.
And then he came back here because I needed to print some stuff out for him. And I had a couple of extra sleeping tablets that he desperately needed because doctors won't give them to him. And I have some, and he's only been, because of his pain issues, he's only been getting a couple of hours sleep a night. So like when I said, well, I've got some temazepam at home, I'm happy to like bring some next time I'm here. And he was like, I will literally come with you on the tram to your house if you're willing. And so for the sake of him having a good night's sleep, I gave him a couple of tablets of just they're low level kind of sleeping pills. They're not knock you out sleeping pills. They're just like,
they're relaxants.
They're they're relaxers. They only last for 4 hours. They're not junky medication or anything. So
do you need a prescription?
They're not opiates. You do, but they're like a benzo. They're not an opiate or anything. They're not a sedative.
So what was the relaxation technique, Abigail?
Oh, it was like a meditation. It was like he did it as a guided meditation, but it's something that I can take home and do myself. So it was like a body scan / visualization meditation technique that I will take with me and you put in my toolkit.
Did he mention that on the stream the other night? There was like a technique he found out about.
No, but he did. I don't know. Actually, I don't know because I didn't catch that. But I don't think so because what he did with me was something completely out of left field that I didn't expect. This visualization thing was just, like did not see it coming. So yeah.
Oh,
next time I get like any kind of acute pain or headache or stress,
you've got a technique.
I've got this Aidsy technique I'm gonna use.
Nice. Did you vote, Pat?
Yeah. My dad.
Your dad took your vote?
You voted for your dad?
At home. My dad's out.
Okay. So your dad's out overthrowing the government. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So we heard it here first.
We're going to report Pat's dad as a terrorist who's planning to overthrow the government. Well, I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy to turn your own dad in, Pat, but we're all proud of you.
Remember the 26th of November.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's see, Pat's been silenced by dark.
Already. Government is onto him already.
The whistleblower. a whistleblower.
Oh yeah, that'll work, man. Little fix that. And that.
Yeah, in case you don't know, your picture's gone away, Pat. There you are.
Oh, there he
Done.
is.
It's
The
fixed.
dark forces. As soon as you blew the whistle on the terrible corruption and terrorist activity in your own family, which was took a lot of bravery, Pat. We're all very proud.
Yeah, we're here for you, Pat.
And to be honest, if your dad asks how did they find out, I'm going to say Pat told us. Pat ratted you out. I'm
Oh yeah, man.
Pat, I'm proud of you, but snitches get stitches. That's all I'm saying.
No, you don't drink, Red.
All right. So I'm starting to relax a little again. It's way early with the numbers, but the trend at the moment is
32 to 20 is pretty
a
good.
bridge way too far for the LNP, which deep sigh of relief. And in fact, so now we get to my secondary wish. If we get to the end of the whole thing and the LNP basically hasn't picked up more than 1 or 2 seats, I don't count losing seats to the Greens in the same way. It's if the ALP loses a seat to the LNP, that is a much bigger deal than losing one to the Greens. And if they don't lose more than 1 or 2 to the LNP, to me, that's a huge fuck you to all those media pricks who went so negative.
And strictly Sega, you got to watch out because like a swing to other could be a swing to the Nationals, which is basically a vote for the Liberals.
But even some others are, and the most extreme example of that was Clive Palmer in the federal election. Every vote for Clive Palmer was a vote for the LNP. And not that big a deal because all he did was get very stupid people who would have voted for the LNP anyway to vote for him thinking they were doing a protest vote because they're goddamn morons. And then he just redirected all the preferences to the LNP. But yeah. So, but we'll,
Well, after 12% of the vote counted, 1,000 people who voted for Pauline Hanson are fucking assholes and morons.
Yeah, I actually think I saw I because we all trust when Anthony Green says something. I did see Anthony Green come in with you. I'm just getting a report that every single vote for Pauline Hanson was a fuckwit. Wow. He goes, admittedly, our advanced polling did suggest every single Pauline Hanson voter was a fuckwit, but the numbers coming in from all booths now are complete fuckwits, all of them. My God.
Mind you, there is literally a party called the Angry Victorians Party.
Yeah, which is not affiliated. It's Cookers.
I assumed it was your party there, Angry.
I wish. I
totally believe it's the Angry, like a Victorian affiliation of the Angry Australian Party.
Yeah. No, I was going to go with the Cocktail Party. I was going to run for the Senate under the name of the Cocktail Party.
So
and then I found out what a pain in the ass it was. So I didn't.
671 Angry Victorians, who I assume are anti-vax assholes.
Yeah, no, they're cookers. They're anti-vax fuckwits.
I
hate them a lot.
Yeah.
Possibly worse than Pauline Hanson voters, but
12% of the vote has been counted so far. So.
Yeah. And at this point, it would just be an absolutely unheard of change in patterns for Labor to be significantly hurt.
Greens have won 4 seats, apparently.
That would be very good news. Yes, the
Which
ABC website saying
which
4 seats.
Yeah, the
Which
TV is saying
seats?
4.
I want to know which seats they are.
All right, let's see if we can find that out. Key seats, index to electorates, index to candidates. No, that's not. Nothing there's going to tell us that. Ugh, do I have to go back to live results? What's here? Okay, so, ooh, Jesus Christ. In the early voting in Albert Park, the Greens are way ahead. It's very early, but they're way ahead.
What website?
Brunswick, Jesus Christ. 70% of the primary vote to the Greens in Brunswick. Jesus.
What website?
What today?
Yeah.
Euroa, that's the Nats. Footscray. Oh, Footscray's going to go down to
Look at Paran. Look at Paran.
What website are you
way
on?
Through. Green. Melbourne, again, heavily dominated with the Green vote, but it's very early.
Well, Green, Melbourne was already Green. So
yeah, I know. And they look good. Northcote,
it's an incumbent seat.
God, Northcote's swinging heavily Green, but it's very early.
So a lot of these seats you're talking about were previously Labor. The seat of Paran is
That's
a Liberal seat.
Holy
it's
shit.
Liberal, and it's
Holy
swinging
shit.
Green. And
like
look at
crushed.
They're getting absolutely crushed. Like nothing like the other seats.
Kick ass.
It
looks like
a bloodbath.
Yeah, it looks like Preston's going down to the wire with the appealing Greens. Richmond is looking favourable Green. Oh my God, but the Greens taking one from the Libs. And like crushing them. Fucking crushing them. My God.
Guy's still in it.
Oh yeah. That would be I literally got a bottle of cider that has a cork in it. And I will pop it. I will pop it either when Anthony Green calls for Labor, or if Matthew Guy loses his seat, whichever comes first. I will pop that cork. And also, I'm definitely because I'm using it for something else tomorrow. But I'm definitely opening this bottle of cider because we don't want another ham cider event.
They're calling
Guy
to retain his seat.
Who's going to retain his seat?
No, they just had it on ABC TV. Matthew Guy's going to retain his seat.
Boo!
Boo wins.
I was saying boo, Anthony Green.
I said that.
Yeah, exactly. I actually said that.
What's his seat? What's his? Which is his seat?
He is the seat of Bulleen.
Bulleen.
Oh, you know, on Monday, the man died.
Who died?
Los Sounds.
I am. So you murdered someone on Monday. So
no, not me.
Well, somehow you
know
was
your dad died. Then
it's on. Look on Facebook. It's on that.
Hi, Justin. So anyway, so Guy is retaining his seat, so that's slightly disappointing. So I'll pop the cork when Anthony Green calls it.
So I want to know what by each seat it's saying the Greens seats are too early, and yet by the party totals, it's saying the Greens won 4 seats. So I'm confused.
I know they're being very inconsistent, but they're basically going. Some of the swings are so definite. Those numbers have gone up and down repeatedly. But they're basically going on the swing at this point. They actually feel okay saying those ones.
Yeah, probably.
But it could change.
That
but Jesus
Paran
Christ,
is giving me a huge
Man,
lady
what's
boner.
this?
Like that.
Good.
That's just so awesome.
Batman.
Oh
Who's
yeah,
that?
okay. The guy who voiced Batman in some of the animated series.
That
did
man,
actually-
I don't know.
Hi Johnny, by the way. We're
There's
being
that.
political nerds tonight. So yeah, okay. Slightly
And why don't they have a picture of Gab Davitri on there?
I don't know what you're saying.
When you like the seat of Richmond,
Yeah.
when you open it up,
Yeah.
there's a picture of Lauren O'Dwyer there, and it's not loading up the picture of Gabrielle Davitri there.
Probably having website problems.
Oh wow, that is a big swing for Paran.
Yeah,
That-
I know.
That's
In a Liberal seat.
Yeah,
there is
it's-
going to be some huge bong hits in Pran tonight. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. That's
Gonna
a thing
be-
of beauty.
That is honestly probably my high point for the night.
Yeah.
A Liberal just getting held down and spanked by the Greens. It's just like, my God.
and Labor's really close to the Liberals on that as well, like in votes at the moment.
Yeah. It is looking like being a pretty good night for the Greens, quite honestly.
For the Greens. Oh,
There's-
yeah.
There's a couple
Because the ALP are so disappointing.
they are.
that-
There's no two ways.
Yeah.
About it.
But not as disappointing as the Liberals.
Not as disappointing as the Liberals. No.
Yeah.
It's good Lord. Yep. Matthew Guy, 2-time loser. So sad. Zvan, I actually, even though I don't smoke weed, I actually completely
Yeah,
agree.
same.
The idea that alcohol is legal while weed isn't is ridiculous.
Alcohol's way more
Yes, yeah.
dangerous a drug than
way
marijuana.
more dangerous, causes way
Any
more
day.
problems.
Yeah.
See, that one.
But yes, we'll see. If there's going to be a bunch of Greens in Parliament, I think they're going to make marijuana mandatory. I think that's one of their policies.
Mandatory.
It's been you've had these ridiculous right-wing idiots trying to look up queer panic and say drag queens, that they're going to be completely blindsided when on Monday at every primary school is a Greens Party member with a bong forcing every kid to take a hit before they go into class.
There's
be the law.
the Facebook
Yeah,
group
there's-
Conservatives threatening us with a good time
Yes.
is just going to be on fire tonight.
Yeah.
That man.
I don't know who that man is.
That man died on Monday.
Yeah, we already know
This
you
Monday
murdered
or
him, Pat.
next last Monday
Oh,
or
yeah,
next
no,
Monday?
Pat's actually announcing his next kill. He's going, this
That
man
man died.
dies
Next
on
Monday? This man is going to
Hey.
Yeah,
die.
Yeah, that man. Mad at me.
yeah.
That man.
No, Pat. It's just like we're going to see it in.
we hear
we're
what
gonna
you're
see it.
saying.
We're going to see it in the
yeah.
papers on Monday, all the websites, and we'll just go, wow, Pat wasn't fucking around. He killed
Wow.
that guy.
And I-
Yeah.
He said it was going to happen.
Look, he
and-
called it.
That man.
I'm just got when the media interviews me and says, is Pat a cold-blooded murderer? And I'm going, do I look like the sort of moron who'd say that in public? I'd be next.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pat straight up said that guy was going to die. Now he's dead. Did that mean Pat killed him? No. Obviously, yes.
Who's that?
Yeah, see, no, that's Pat. Just he's going to kill me next. So I'm going
Hello.
to move. Oh, he doesn't know where I live. But I'm going to move.
Do that.
Strictly Sega. What did Sky News call? Yeah, Justin Footscray. There are 2 or 3 where it's Greens and Labor head to head, where it's going to go right down to the wire.
Northcote Greens are going to pick up Northcote. It looks
Yeah.
like.
Man, there is going to be.
Look at
I'm going to say
Footscray.
lots of bong
Footscray,
hits and lots of fucking in green parties tonight. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, Strictly Sega. You're literally saying Sky have conceded that Labor's winning.
Oh.
That again. Well, what's funny is now Sky are gonna
Yeah, good
turn.
calls, man. Which end of the extreme end of the political spectrum are Sky News calling the Labor Party?
Yeah,
Are they Nazis or communists?
Yeah, Sky
Or
knew,
both.
knew they would win. Yeah, come on, Sky knew they know they're not against Labor.
Sky News is such a fucking joke.
Oh, they're a poor. And
Yeah, I saw
honestly,
that.
the 12 people who watch Sky News should be ashamed of themselves.
Yummy.
Like Sky
Hello,
News
YouTube
exists
viewer there.
solely to give media pundits something to talk about. Nobody watches it.
The only reason that I ever hear about or see it ever being played is in pubs.
Yes.
Why the fuck do they put Sky News in pubs?
It's a licensing
Because they get it for
agreement.
free.
It's a licensing agreement. Like they pay for say Foxtel and they get Sky and
Yeah, but you don't have to put it on.
No, they do have to put it on. It's an agreement. It's like a contract. So
I know what a contract is.
So they
that
sign
doesn't mean
up.
they have to. They sign up to what though?
Well, to have like the footy on and Sky News and yeah. So it's an agreement.
Oh, that's fucked.
Surely you know what a contract is.
Pat knows what a contract is.
I don't. Yeah, Pat.
Let's
just get what contracts. When
Batman,
he killed Batman.
He killed Batman.
Pat's got a little book that says Death Note on the cover, and if he writes his name in there,
yeah. No,
Anthony Green has called it.
All right. Well, we will go to the most authoritative website.
Sky News.
Has Anthony Green? No. I'm just going. There's a website called "Has Anthony Green called the election yet?"
No, he says it's.
Oh, really?
To be returned.
Is that a thing?
Yeah. No.
He
There's.
hasn't said he's called it.
All right. So he hasn't.
Justin Underwood says he called it.
No. The official word is no. But it would at this point it would be an historical twist of trends that we've never seen before for it to be any other outcome. Now this is where
AEC projects that the Labor Party has won the election. That's what's on the TV right now.
Yeah. No, it is all but inevitable. If you're going to be super responsible, you won't call it yet.
But the writing's on the wall. Look at the numbers.
Okay, let's just look at this one, and they seem to have improved the ABC site.
It just jumped.
Look at that.
41.
They are predicting. See, they've split Libs and Nats out now. They are predicting 41 for Labor now. They only need 45 to win, and Libs Nats combined.
Oh, where's that?
20.
That's red.
And they're saying 4 Greens. So,
that matches up with the.
There
TV.
we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Only 4 Greens?
So far, there's at least 2 or 3 more that are going to go down to the wire.
Yep.
Also, you missed. I'm just going to say, Abigail, you missed the line I was feeding. Surely you know what a contract is. You go, of course I know what a contract is, and stop calling me.
But don't call me Shirley.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's how
apparently,
Pat. You know what? That's how Pat signs his texts, Shirley, because he knows.
No, my voice there.
So I've been invited to the election party.
Yeah,
tonight.
You've been invited to the Greens Drug Fuck Fest to celebrate the night.
Oh yeah, bong hits,
hits, lots of queer sex. It's just like
all the queer sex.
Ooh,
and tomorrow I'm going to a Thanksgiving dinner lunch with a friend. But
out
where is
tomorrow.
it?
My worker.
All right. Eggnog. I went to the supermarket specifically to get eggnog today.
So I might
that's
actually
cool.
go down to see where the election thing is.
Yeah, you should. And I'll get actually the shaker I want to use is in the dishwasher, I think. Because I was doing stuff in the dishwasher.
When did I get? I got must have been a text message.
Yes, it does seem like they're not going to get in.
Okay. I'm going to get some ice. Chill this sucker. All right.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna brave the streets and go to Fitzroy. So
yeah, do that. Find
cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Greg?
To the old bar. There's a
okay, because I live currently in Fitzroy.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
No, yeah, I think I've been known about this.
Cool.
When we talked about
I'm
Gardens.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I've got to take photos of the band that's playing there tonight. So,
okay,
a band called I think they're called Enclave or yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna have this on the background and
Right, neat. Have fun. All right,
take care.
Get to relax.
That is,
the media managed to make me stress out in the last week with their unrelenting sort of, Labor's in trouble. Labor's in trouble. And,
try again.
I am also going to go.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go check out this Greens after party.
Oh, you
it's going to be going
should.
off. So take care, everyone.
Yeah, you too.
And
easy, Doc.
I will see you on the morrow.
Alrighty. Have fun.
Bye.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Right. I'm going to shake a cocktail, so I'm going to turn my microphone off because it'll be very loud.
Okay.
All right, that's nice and cold. That happens sometimes. All right. Doesn't usually happen though. Right. My shaker is stuck. There we go.
Hey,
what do you want to know about Discord? You want my Discord? Because I've been setting it up.
Well, you.
Yeah, try that. Tastes good? Oh, yes, grate some nutmeg over top. So, Zvan, okay, well, you're calmer than me, man, if you didn't get stressed by the media, because I got stressed by the media.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, okay, thanks, Pat. That's very sympathetic. Yeah. Okay, so that's my Discord that I'm just starting to set up. If anyone wants to join it, and we can share things on there. Well, yeah, leave that there for me. I'm going to make one for me too. All right. I'm going to put mine in a coupe, I think. Gonna make an eggnog cocktail. Pretty gosh darn simple. Wait, where did I put the shaker? I've gone potty. Where did I put? It's over there. It's fine. I don't know what you're talking about, Pat. You're trying to hide my stuff when I'm not looking. You've got agents.
Always.
You've got agents in here. It's like,
Yeah, no.
so now the only thing left to go is I very strongly want the combined Labor Green vote to be the same as the combined Labor Green vote at the last election, because if that happens, that's a big fuck you to all these media hacks who've been trying to whip up the idea that Labor was in trouble. Oh, God's Van used to work in News Corp. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, yeah, yes. You have a brain. You could see the cancer running through the company. I mean, even the outlets that didn't used to be super toxic are now. And yeah, the shit they were doing in the election campaign was just divorced from reality. It was ridiculous. All right, now I'm going to shake up my cocktail. So I'm going to briefly turn the microphone off again because it's going to be very loud. Oh, it's supposed to smile when you shake, and I normally have a look of pain on my face when I do it. It's like Pat when he takes out one of his contracts, he makes the person smile.
Oh, yeah.
They're on their knee. He's got a gun on their forehead, and he says, "Smile for me." And that's the last thing they ever hear. He's about to say, he's like the Equalizer. But I mean, I think Pat only killed
man.
Yeah, I think Pat only killed bad people.
No, yeah, you're good.
I'm a good guy, see? Oh,
no,
God
good
damn
friends.
it. Oh, wow. Sorry. I dropped my nutmeg and it rolled away. All right. So now I have my, look at that. Right up the top.
Oh, that's cool.
Sexy brandy eggnog drink with, I'm not going to tip it up so you can see. Oh, I could do this.
Yeah, I
so
saw that. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh, where are we? Got nutmeg on the top of it.
That's cool.
I'm classy. It's all class here, Pat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, me and Rachel not out no more.
You're not?
No, me and Rachel not out.
I don't know. You two, you're on again, off again, on again,
yeah,
off again. You're going to tell me in another couple of weeks you're back. But that's cool, dude. You got to do you. It's either working or it's not.
Rachel's got a boyfriend now.
All right.
It's
well,
hard.
You got to show her up, get a girlfriend.
Yeah, no, I know soon. I'll wait and I'll look.
Mofo sign, if you're being super responsible, you don't call it for Labor, but it is all but impossible. Oh, okay. Will Dan say if I were a gambling man, I would say Dan Andrews will leave state politics this period. Whether he retires completely or moves into federal, who knows? but I think he will leave state politics this term, give someone else a chance to get on top. Oh, there's a ding on my phone.
I'm 40.
Oh, 80 wants to join us. Hang on. I just got to invite AZ.
Oh.
AZ. There's the link, AZ. And I will just text him to let him know. All right. Dan Andrews should be PM. Look, I think there's a high probability of Dan Andrews moving to federal politics, but of course, you can't make a move on a sitting prime minister. And if I was a gambling person, I would say Albanese would win the next federal election as well. But I think there's a far better than average chance Dan Andrews moves into federal politics.
Yeah, the 42 red.
Yep.
Man. Your phone, it says.
Yeah. So that's AZ texting. He's going to join us.
That's cool.
Well. Yeah, that's cool. Sorry, I'm just really enjoying my eggnog cocktail. So. Creamy goodness. And there's spiced brandy. I got this one. They released this at Christmas. Spiced Christmas brandy from the Bassington.
You bought that yesterday?
I got it last week, actually.
That's
what
cool.
they say. This is like Christmas pudding flavor. So they infuse the brandy with dried fruits, orange zest, Christmas spices like nutmeg, cassia, and clove, which results in Christmas brandy. And speaking of Christmas, it's AZ.
Hello.
Hey!
Hey, buddy.
Going, Wrestling Days. I am not. Hello. And I am the Kafiki who smacks bad children on the bottom. And puts coal in their mouths. It's a weird northern tradition. I don't think I've got the name right, but it's a Kafiki. It's Danish.
It is. I love the Welsh Christmas tradition that someone appears at your door in a cloak with a horse's skull on their head, and it's called wassailing, and they sort of shout something at your door, threaten you or something, and you're supposed to respond with something that rhymes, and then they have a response back, and then you respond to that, and you're supposed to keep rhyming back until someone gives up. And if you give up, the horse is allowed to come into your house and take your beer and sort of head off. So that's a fine Welsh tradition.
I would rhyme like an MF. I would be spitting rhymes better than yay. I would be giving it a little bit of the weekend. With KND going on, because there's no way a Horsehead's getting my beer. Also, I'd kick his balls through my nose. Oh my
saw that.
God.
Comfortable Labour win.
I suspected there would be a red tide, but I didn't suspect that.
Yep.
Well, it will be interesting to see how the last few seats play out. But because I'm starting to suspect the combined Labour Green vote will be the same as the combined Labour Green vote at the last election, to which then I would say to all the media fucks who were saying, oh, Labour's in trouble, the Libs could get up. Fuck you for the 10th time in a row, you fucking idiots. You were completely wrong. Fuck you.
But the thing is, right, for the last 11 months, right?
Yeah.
I've been hearing people talk about the newspapers saying how the tyrant, that'll be Dan Andrews, has been a bad bastard, but he's kept us alive. I don't understand what the papers are missing. I've heard actual people say that on the street, right?
Yeah.
As I hobble down to the chemist every day, they're going, I don't understand what the papers are talking about. Dan's kept us alive. Every time
there
our vaccines get stolen, right? And our vaccines got stolen twice. Remember that? They got stolen twice. That was one of the only times he lost his temper. Basically, you know, he changed the Parkville setup so that we would get a stream of vaccines from somewhere. He turned up himself apparently and said, look, guys, I've given you a new building. Some of that new building has got to have vaccines for us. All the anti-vaxxers, the 80 of them, didn't like it. But everybody who was coughing their ass out was going, this COVID really knocks you on your ass. Maybe it's a good thing that we're wearing masks. And basically, he stood up in front of the friggin' cameras every day for as long as they wanted to ask questions and answered them.
Do you remember when the media actually started to get angry about that?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was controlling the narrative, because they couldn't just tell a story, because he was coming out every day, and the media were actually getting angry that he was in control of the story. Anyway, I am popping a cork. I am calling it, because the media did manage to get to me this week, and I was a little bit nervous. So they kept going on. So I'm going to pop this cork. Should I do the thing where I
do it?
It's not going to hit anything if I just fire it out.
See the light go smash.
Yeah. I'm not aiming it at the lights. Oof. Wiggling the little popping cork. Come on, you can do it. Come on. I should have done the sabering where you just go woof and knock the top off the bottle.
Got to heat the saber in the fire. Hey!
There we go.
Congratulations for the red tie.
That's good. Whoa, that's cool.
It's cider, not champagne, because I don't like champagne.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a Nebuchadnezzar of cider, mate.
I'm going to use that for some. That's good. I think this is a Tassie cider. Willie Smith. What does it say? Delicious blend of heritage apples. Diverse in flavour and personality. Cider is made from Antoinette, Brown's apples, Bulmer's Norman. Wow, there's a bunch of fucking apples. All from Tassie. Yeah, it's a Tassie cider.
Yeah,
made from about...
your tea.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were asking me that. Was this my tea? No. I think AZ is having his tea. He's having a sandwich while he talks to us.
There, you did your tea.
I literally just got home from a project I was doing.
Yeah. I heard you had a good day with Abigail, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
That's cool. It was actually a lot more successful than we thought it would be.
Yeah. Actually, I heard that you were pretty happy with a particular outcome.
Well, yeah, it actually, I was surprised. I was actually genuinely surprised at how quickly she got onto it and nailed it really hard. And it often takes a long time to get people to where she is now. And you got to be patient. And I thought, if we have to go down that road, she's just going to go, this is bullshit.
She really liked your relaxation exercise. She said it was incredible, actually. And she was talking up so much, Mrs. Angry kind of heard that bit, and she's going, "What was it?" Because she's always keen to hear on relaxation exercises that work. And it sounds like it was basically, oh God, I'm trying to think of the words. Not wellness. It's, well, how would you describe the relaxation technique? Let's let you control it.
It's a visualization that turns into a physicalization of inner nervous relaxation.
Right.
Look, it's really simple. Oh my God.
44. They're calling 44 out of 45. No, they're calling 46. They're calling 46 now.
46? Where? No, I'm 46. Whoa, look it up.
I mean, they're calling 46 for Labor and 21 for the LNP. Jesus Christ.
That's got to sting. That has got to sting.
But we'll see. I mean, the last ones. So obviously the ones they're not happy to call now are quite close. So could go either way. So theoretically, every other seat could go to the LNP. Theoretically. Actually, no, that's not true. Some of the ones that aren't called are actually between the ALP and the Greens. There are a couple that are going right down to the wire with Strictly Sega. They've split out the Liberal and National vote there. 12 for the Liberals, 9 for the... Again, I think the Nats are going to do the thing they did federally and said, we didn't lose a seat. You know, what the fuck is your problem?
Yeah. We didn't lose a seat. Yeah, not us.
Yeah. Maybe we should be the senior coalition partner. Because they were making noises like that federally. They were basically giving the Libs who didn't lose their seats a really hard time. Oh no, Suffolk's upset. Libs won Shepparton. Oh well.
Well,
and
it's Shepparton, and it's Wodonga.
Yeah, most of the country ones are going to go to Libs and Nats.
Yeah.
Did you hear, AZ? I don't know if you saw this one, Pran, and I'll bring that up. Pran is fucking wild. Let's roll down to Pran, which was a Liberal seat prior to this election.
I was going to say it's a Liberal safe seat, isn't it?
Yep, and the Greens just slapping the Liberals about there.
Wow.
Bloody hell.
They're saying Greens. I don't think the Greens had that seat prior to this election.
No, they did not.
There's lots of problems with the ABC side, honestly. You look at this, like Preston, 50.3% to 49.7% ALP Green. But then again, Richmond, the Greens have walloped Labor.
Well, you sort of expect that.
Man.
Hey, can we have a look at Northcote? Because I think Northcote may have gone to the Greens.
No, they're calling it as a Greens gain.
Right.
And that's a 6% margin. That's a 6% margin. That's pretty
close. It was a close run thing. And they've had so much enviro protesting there that the Greens was there. But the woman who was the candidate was basically at Northcote Mall every freaking day going vote for me, and so was a mum. But the Greens were they were put in the hard yards previous because they got Greenpeace in, they got the animal welfare people in, and they got the Save the Forest people in, as chuggers months ahead of time, which is enviro.
Yeah.
And they were even saying, look, Australia's going renewable energy. That's what we're all about. And I'm going,
Yeah.
well, that was a Labor thing. You can't just call that for yourself.
Yeah.
But they just didn't care. They just went, yeah, no, it's ours.
Yeah.
The thing that bothers me about the Greens is they're not. Oh, okay, I'm not going to say anymore because I could.
No. I think we are moving towards a world where the Greens are to Labor as the Nats are to the LNP.
I think you're right.
Sorry, Mrs. Angry is watching the ABC coverage, and the Liberal person on the panel is calling it a disaster. So they are all just going to line up to just slap Matthew Guy after this. It's just like, and Tim Smith will be getting 100% Tim Smith tonight because he's been shitting on Matthew Guy ever since he got forced to resign.
I think Matthew Guy's going to be touching his toes in front of Parliament House.
Yeah. No, you're taking it one step further. I was trying to be polite.
No,
Matthew Guy is one saving thing. He's going to be. But look, I've got this big thing of water-based lube. Don't you want to use that?
No, it's dry buggery for you.
Yes,
dry buggery for you.
Oh my God, it's so humiliating. 2 humiliating defeats for him. With all the might of the Murdoch media empire behind him, and it was crushingly defeated twice.
The Murdoch media empire had nothing good to say about Dan the Tyrant, right? Nothing good to say about him. They even ran a story about the danger steps, right?
Oh yeah, they were trying to suggest that he didn't really fall down steps.
Right, it was like 2 steps. Okay, that he fell down. Now, mate, I've fallen down 3 steps and broken 4 bones. I've also fallen down 30 steps and broken 6 bones.
Johnny, we haven't had Johnny Knoxkill on the stream for a while. He wants to join us. I think we're in an ebullient mood. I think at the moment.
I think we're in an ebullient mood.
Because I was genuinely worried. And Pat's...
I booked my another 10.
Yeah, and I don't want to say too much, AZ, but I think you missed it when Pat was basically admitting he was a contract killer, and
man.
He nominated his next hit. He held up a picture of a guy on his phone. This guy's dying on Monday.
I saw them on Facebook.
Yeah, Pat has got to the stage where he's actually posting on Facebook. He's posting on Facebook. This guy's gonna die on Monday. Lucky's on our side. I'm just saying, Lucky's on our side.
You nicely to not post anything until he'd finished the job. I asked you not to do anything until I'd paid you and I was out of the country. Right? And you
Pat's very confident. It's going to happen. That's what he does. He warns them. Pat warns them.
I've got the wood chipper
already. I saw him on Facebook.
Yeah.
I saw them on Facebook.
I've got the wood chipper. We'll stick it next to the Yarra. And if you can bring the gaffer tape and the black plastic after you've done the job, we'll finish it off. But just can you keep a little bit, about, who we're knocking off? Would you mind?
Yeah. And you also missed this. When Pat was basically admitting his dad was taking out politicians. ASIO cut his video feed for a minute. Johnny, how you going?
Hello.
Hey, John.
How you doing, man?
Johnny, how are you, man?
I'm doing okay, surprisingly.
Oh, what? It sounds like something's been happening with you, bro.
Up, dude.
Well, remember in the chat, what was it, a couple of nights ago?
Yeah.
Talking about being scammed and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
done it once.
Basically, I've been dealing with that and many other things that may be changing and some that have to change, and it's been a very long month. Yeah.
Well,
I have
glad
no
to see
idea
you
what you're
soldering
talking
on,
about,
man.
mate.
Sorry?
Johnny, I have no idea what you're talking about being a long month or long year and a half. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Oh, it's all right. Oh, you
I've
weren't
been-
around.
I've been fired from 2.5 jobs. I've been basically unable to move. And just as one of my very heavy medical problems started to get fixed, another one turned up. So now
Really?
I can't walk.
Oh,
I am a legend at knowing the anime on Netflix and Crunchyroll.
awesome.
And that's about all I do right now because I've got a 5-minute attention span. You will see me popping pills as we go through this live stream because
you sound
my
like your mum.
toes, my toes are split. Okay, so imagine your toes, right? And
I don't think I want to imagine
this.
this.
I know
from
it is
there to
pretty
there.
disgusting to imagine.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. Oh, I know. Look at that.
And we didn't know that it was going to happen because my legs were swelled up, and so my
Yeah.
toes were swelled up. Right? Good deal.
Abigail told me about the leg
wanna drink it?
stuff that's going on.
Yeah. Right. So it's all a bit tricky, and I sympathise with you, Johnny. Well, I'm not trying to say I'm beating you. I'm not trying to say I am.
Oh, no.
I'm not trying
Don't
to do
worry.
that.
I think
I'm trying to say I empathise with you.
we
I understand what it's like when you go, my life is rolling along, and all of a sudden shit happens, and there's a wall and a bump.
we
and
are
you-
kind of a bit similar. I think every now and then things get kind of weird and bad.
No, go for
But
it. It's actually comparative.
it seems that it happens to you a lot more.
Tea, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, isn't it? I still think though it's random because I used to, when I was a kid, I used to go, why me, and then I went, it's not me, it's just shit that happens, right? And this latest disease I've got has nothing to do with any of the A, drugs, B, lifestyle, or C, other diseases I've had except for the chemo. And it just randomly hit me. My youngest nephew is 7 years old. And he got told by his mum, dad, and doctor that he had to get circumcised. And
How old is he?
7.
Oh,
And he
okay.
was
So
going,
that's old enough to
"I'm-
know you want to keep it.
Yep, that's the one. And he's gone, not fucking happy about that outcome. Can you do something else? And they said, well, we could cut it in half. And he went, how's that going to be a thing?
Yeah.
And they said,
I mean, maybe
like,
in the future if he gets into body modification,
I think he
but
might.
not now.
But basically, they said, oh, you look like your uncles and your father and your grandfather. And he says, I don't want to look like my fucking uncles and father and grandfather. I want to look like the boys at school. And they said, well, if you keep on going, you're going to get more holes.
Oh,
in
hang on.
your,
Sorry, I might have to go for a bit.
Oh.
I've got a phone call, I think.
That's okay, man. I'm probably hanging around for a while. Although I think poor Strictly Sega is struggling with the gross toe talk. Come on, dude, harden up, bro. We don't go for any of that soft shit here. Pat's been proudly boasting about his career as a contract killer, and
man.
AD's talking about how disgusting his toes are at the moment.
Let's do it, man.
Have a sip of this dirty martini.
Dirty martini, my bro.
I think I've got a really
the
nice
young
dirty
fella
martini.
basically has come around and said, yeah, do it. And they're looking at the other fella and going, do
That's
you want to go there
freezer
too?
martini. Ultimately, sorry, I was just explaining to Mrs. Angry, this is my freezer martini, which has been an infinity martini over the last year or two. So there's 20 different gins in here and 6 different vermouths, and are now, different sorts of brine and dirty elements. Can you? I opened the back door to get cool air in, and it's raining quite a bit.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you
That's
can
weird.
hear it.
Not
It is
mine.
raining. It is raining quite a bit here too.
No, my home.
And then and I'm sorry, I'm just imagining it's raining, and Matthew Guy's gone out to stand in the rain so no one can see his tears.
They
He's
can
just-
see his tears. They can
That's
see his
a
tears
weird.
because basically there's a blonde guy putting a nail in his wrist going, time to die.
Oh, look, I'm actually going to share with you.
Yeah.
I was messing about with one of those AI programs where you put a prompt in and it does stuff. And this one lets you put a photo in as a reference. And so I was putting in reference photos of Matthew Guy with the prompt, man in blue suit crying because he lost an election. And I did this earlier tonight. So I'll share them with you because they are both beautiful and grotesque.
Okay, wonderful. Do that.
Sharing a screen. It's a tab here. Wombo. Okay, so there's. Oh no, actually, it was better the other way. See.
Oh God.
Whoa!
Oh God.
Oh, I never saw that.
It's like I
Saw that.
I put a picture of Matthew Guy in, and then sort of it made it grotesque, and then there's these
dear.
ones.
What's that?
Red.
It's an art thing called Wombo, WOMBO. I put a photo of Matthew Guy in, and the prompt like man in a blue suit crying because he lost the election.
I like that.
Yeah.
What's Matthew Guy actually look like? Is it any of these?
Kind of. It's like grotesque. Okay. All right. Well, let's stop that, and
because if he looks anything like that, he's not going to win anything.
No.
Right? Because I hate to say it, but women vote too. And if women see things like that, they go, "Oh, not in my house. Not in my house without plastic sheeting."
So this is. Oh no, it's still that. No, stop it. What's it doing? Okay, I was going to. Oh God, I'm clicking the wrong button repeatedly. I may have had a couple of drinks. Okay. So that's actually Matthew Guy.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, as an avid bisexual man, I am going to say straight away that he is too ugly to be a politician.
Well,
no,
I think Dan Murphy.
I
think Dan Andrews is a weird looking guy. He's a weird, geeky looking guy with those funny big ears and
weird and geeky is fine, but looking like you're going to drink the blood of virgins, is not okay. You know what I'm saying?
Like
That's weird.
the leader of the opposition.
Yes. Metal Maniac Matt, hello, by the way. I haven't seen you for a while. We're now feeling good that we definitely have a beating for the Liberal National Coalition.
How many seats are we up to
now? 49?
Jesus Christ.
I know.
What?
So I'll
49. What hell?
I'll do the share again. It's now it just changed to 48. So, but it's like there's like 48, 49 Labor, and still only 21 for the LNP.
Man, I know. Look at that.
So they're like 13 in doubt. So
who is of Who is?
I'm not sure. That would be some sort of independent, probably
know
some weird cooker.
Some kind of like Family First, Friendship Australia, Animals Plus, something like that. But
it's probably some weird cooker. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hear their first speech in Parliament.
Yes, there'll be someone in the Senate. There'll be some
Australian.
weirdos in the Senate.
Yeah, there will be. That'd be great. I'm Australian, and I don't like the fact that all these jippos have come to Australia. Angry was about to say Dan Murphy.
I literally was. I literally was.
Oh man,
I literally was. And yes, Matt, the Sack Dan Andrews party not having a good night. Not having a good night.
I said a bad day.
So, that's interesting. Safa said on the ABC, Spears asked Dan if he's going to be premier for the next 4 years, and he said he will. Look, okay, I guess I'll retract. I think I feel like it's almost inevitable Dan Andrews would go to federal politics. But why would? Because he's a top seat guy. He's not a backbencher. So why would he? If Albanese is winning elections, why would you do it? He's going to be in his shadow. So I think he'll go to federal if Albanese loses an election.
Which I can't see happening.
I reckon Albanese's winning the next one. Past that, there's too many variables.
Too many variables. But I don't think Dan is going anywhere until the railway's finished and until his infrastructure's finished. I think he's staying until his infrastructure's finished, and then maybe he'll hand the baton over.
I think you're right. I think he wants those projects to be far enough advanced that no one can fuck with them. Because there was a lot of pushback like, oh, I don't know if those are a good project. And he's going, yeah, they are. He's got the mandate now. If he keeps the ball rolling for the next 4 years, even though, okay, so the city loop will be all but done, but the suburban loop, which is a fucking incredible,
amazing
project
idea.
as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome idea.
It will be far enough advanced that no one can derail it, I think. It's not supposed to finish till the 2030s.
Bad pun.
Oh.
Do this, we just want to make you more comfortable. No stress.
What? Where is that female voice coming from?
That's weird.
Yeah, John. Okay, it's Johnny. Johnny, you can't be playing TV. I'm just super nervous about any copyright
issues.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm going to mute you again until that's not coming out anymore. Yeah. Yeah, Matt. Dan loves the level crossings in my area are being knocked out in the next year. And that's to me hilarious. Like, and they were early in the campaign. They were saying, "Oh yeah, when we went in and we had this goal, 25 level crossings gone. People said you'll never do it, and now we're up to 35. So fuck them."
Look, the level crossing is a great idea.
Sorry, Johnny, what were you saying?
I'm just going to say I'm going to mute myself for a while. I'm going to cook some tea and eat that. But
that sounds good, man.
So anyway,
sounds like
you can boot me out. You can boot me out if you need to.
Oh no, all good, bro. All good.
You're good, man. You're good.
That's cool.
I think the level crossings idea is actually pretty good. And
it's incredible.
The reason for it is not only traffic, but the unspoken elephant in the room is this where kids kill themselves.
Yeah, no.
And
it's a safety thing. Yeah,
that's the thing. They have found in Melbourne that school kids use level crossings to kill themselves all the time, and that's not okay. It's not okay, and I like that a government has turned around and said, we're going to tell them it's about traffic, but it's about life. Because traffic is not fucking delayed that much by trains. It's like really, it's 30 seconds.
Oh no. Okay, I'm going to contradict you there because I live in an area where 2 roads have level crossings on there, and in between 4 and 6, the gates are down half the time.
Okay.
They're a big fucking deal. They are a big fucking deal.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah.
No, I buy that.
Yeah.
And especially with 2 in a row, which is shitty planning.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I could see how that would tail back traffic. See, the trouble is it's not even the time that the gates are down; it's the fact that you've got all this lineup of traffic.
Yes,
and when you got a snake back of traffic, the traffic moves like one of those old toy trains. First one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. Have you ever been at a long tailback at a light? A light goes green, and you're still there, in the same spot when it goes red.
Yeah.
And it's because no one moves forward at the same pace. I mean, this is one of the arguments for robot cars, is that they'll all move more smoothly. What weirds me out that in my lifetime we're going to have robot cars, a lot of them. That weirds me out.
And they're not going to be Teslas, because Tesla is a fucking joke company, but other people will get it right. Other people will get it right.
I mean, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a standard. What happens in a lot of transport, especially like the aviation industry, for example. They have standards. You will all have this one machine, and this one machine will beep out a signal. Okay, so I think you'll have in every single car the one machine that is the standard machine that identifies you, the other car, the pedestrian, and the cat. And I think that it won't matter if Tesla's a joke car, because they'll have to have their box in there and going, and it'll make the commands go. I know this from anime. So I remember as a kid there was no such thing as mobile phones. Now I can't leave the house without mine.
Yes, that's a big thing.
I remember as a kid, if you miss the meeting under the
oh my god, I was explaining this to someone the other day, and like we were both in Sydney. It was Town Hall Steps. In Melbourne, it's under the clocks. And trying to explain to people, you would set a time frame, and if someone didn't show up within 15 minutes of that time frame, you just fucking left without them. And
if they were your really good mates, really good mates, there was a secondary place. An hour later.
You would announce a plan for the evening, which obviously could change, but it's like, well, if you miss the meeting place, we are then going to pub X or club Y or restaurant Z. You might find us there, and after that we're doing that. But it's like, just actually explaining to people, it's like, once you left the house, that was fucking it. No communications.
So many times I was delayed getting out because I had to do something for a person we all know. And I missed the first 2 meeting times. Now, I had really good mates, and we had 3 setups. And so I would hit the 3rd setup, and I'd be there for 15 minutes, and that would mean that curfew time was now on. So I'd have time for 4 cones, and then I'd have to go. I'd literally see my friends for 15 minutes. That was my big night out. And then I had to get the bus home. And I go, I hate you, Sam, I am. And it sucked. Nowadays, with your mobile phone, you don't ring them. God, no, you don't ring people anymore. Have you noticed that you don't ring people because they get the shits if you call them? Young people, this is.
Okay, I had a whole.
You've got to text them.
I had a whole thing with Abigail at the start because my textual communication confused her, and she was upset that I changed the central point. Like yesterday, I was making myself the center of the decision, and then I messaged her this morning and made her the center of the decision, which she said, no, that's a change I can't adapt to. And I explained, well, I'm on the other side of town and it will take me an hour to get across. And there is no fucking way I am going to do that unless I know ahead of time that everyone's ready for me, because going there and back is wasting an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, Shannon wants to join us. And because of weird shit we have still never worked out, I have to go to Facebook and I'm going to copy this link and give Shannon the link on Facebook.
Don't you mean Meta?
Oh. So I was also looking up, so I've got up on the screen the thing that ABC is willing to confirm 48 seats to ALP. What's that? That's 22 to the LNP, 5 to the Greens. And so I looked up the previous parliament. It's 55 Labor, 3 Green. So combined Labor-Green vote of 58, and the opposition only had 27. So currently, they've only got 22.
It's actually gone backwards.
They are at best picking up like 1 seat.
That sucks. That's got to hurt.
That's such a failure. That's such a failure.
You're right.
Oh, well. Okay. So, should I drink something non-alcoholic?
Hey, you're now drunk.
I can't see the point in that, mate. I can't see the point.
No? Okay. So, based on AZ, I'm going to drink more alcohol then. Okay. So, I have a bunch of stuff in the fridge I could pour straight from the bottle, or I could make up. Actually, you know what? I've got this barrel-aged cocktail.
Oh, nice.
And it's boozy AF, and it's really yummy. Or should I do another eggnog? No, I've had eggnog.
No. You've had barrel-aged.
You're once. You're once.
It's my barrel-aged cocktail, and it's like boozy AF. It's overproof whiskey and brandy and green chartreuse, which is 55% alcohol, and something else. So it's a really boozy, really yummy mix of flavors in there. It's good stuff.
I'm licking my lips just thinking about it.
I know that drink.
And yeah, I know. But sorry, Pat, were you just saying AIDS is rude? That's like superfluous.
No, I didn't say that.
That's the starting point. AIDS is rude.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, did you say the drink was good?
Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, strictly saying this is kind of a variation on an old fashioned. But I'll tell you what's actually in it. Okay, so it's a version of a drink called the 4 in Hand. It's from the Death & Co. cocktail book that I have. It's one of my cocktail Bible. So a basic version of this You do 3/4 of an ounce of an overproof whiskey, 3/4 of an ounce of an overproof apple brandy, 1/4 ounce of overproof rum, 1/4 ounce of green chartreuse, and then some syrup. So it is an old fashioned. It's basically a complicated old fashioned. And then I made a liter of it. So I combined a couple of different whiskeys, a couple of different brandies. I did use the Smith & Cross rum, which is an overproof Jamaican rum, green chartreuse, a cinnamon syrup, and a vanilla syrup. So it is basically, it's a complicated old fashioned. And what the barrel did, besides, if I do a little taste, besides putting a subtle smoky thing in, because the inside of the barrel is charred,
nice.
to put flavor in, the sweetness has come front and center, and there's some alchemy of sitting in the barrel.
Oak.
The oak, and also because the barrels previously had a number of different spirits and cocktails in it, so it's other sweet things. It's really brought the sweetness to the fore. So I've got this super fucking boozy cocktail, and it's got
my drink.
subtle smoky notes, and the sweetness has been really. Oh, it's really fucking good. Is all I'm saying.
That's my
I have
drink.
a story for you. I have a story for you that relates to barreled whiskey. Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay,
there
okay.
was the chapel in Westminster that had oaken beams that were huge, right? Oaken beams. There you go. Oh,
So that's the
wow.
rain.
That's
at
the
the
rain.
moment.
That's the rain. It's coming through.
Ah,
That's why it's raining so much.
So it had oaken beams, but they were massive, right? And they were going, these beams are so old, they're 900 years old. They're rotten. They're about to fall apart. And so this chapel is about to fall apart. This chapel within Westminster Palace, right? Where they have, and ceremonies and shit. They're going, what are we going to do? We can ask the Russians for oak, but they might prick us over. And then the foresters read and said, where are we going to get, where does the Queen own oak? This is when she was alive, obviously. Where does the Queen own forests? So the foresters went through the books and they found this entry from 950 years ago, where the builders of the chapel planted 100 oak trees in this particular forested area, in this particular land, right, to replace the oaken beams at the time that they were going to be needed, because they knew that they would rot out. And so they went, shit, that's forward thinking. That's actual forward thinking. And they cut them up and they found, yep, they're huge and they're good and they're right to roll. So they used them, and then they had extras, and they said, what are we going to do with the extras? We're going to have a bonfire. And it was, in fact, the Queen herself said, no, you're going to take them to Scotland and you're going to take them to Cooper's, and you're going to make as many barrels of them as you can and donate them to distilleries.
Yeah.
And you're going to put, because one of the things, when a new distiller takes over a distillery in Scotland, the old distiller and the new distiller put down a 200-year barrel of whiskey, a 200-year barrel. And it's sweaty work, right? It's shit scaring work, because you've got to get it right. Because in 200 years, they're going to crack this barrel and it's going to be brilliant or fucked.
Yes.
And it's like, it's the master handing the torch on to the new man. And they debate about it and they think about it. and it's never bloody blended. It's always single malt, and it's always the best they can do.
Yeah,
and they, they drip the stuff in, drop by drop to make sure it's perfect.
Yeah.
And then they leave it and hope to Christ that in 200 years it'll be fine. Wouldn't you be kicking yourself after 199 years if it's split? You would vomit fire.
If there was an earthquake and it fell off the rack. I want to explain a couple of terms with distilleries. When people refer to, I don't know if Kirsten's still there, because there are some more subtle rules, but the general rule, when people refer to a single malt whiskey, what that means is the whiskeys were all made by that distillery. Now, what it can be, what whiskeys do, they do what's called, what distilleries do, they do what's called a mash build. They go, I'm using these grains and these things as the base. I'm fermenting that. You get a thing that's kind of proto beer, and then they distill that, and they taste it, and they do some other stuff and distill it again, and then they put it in barrels. So when you see a whiskey that's called single malt, that means all the whiskey in that comes from the one distillery, but it can be from multiple barrels, and it can be from very different mash builds. The individual barrels might be, and you have a master distiller in the distillery. You also have a master blender. They're usually different people. They can be the same person, and
they're usually different.
The master blender has a talent of going around to all the barrels and having a little taste, and going, you know what I want? You know what I want in this release? I want it to be X% of this barrel, X% of this barrel, and X% of this barrel. And that's going to that's going to be perfect. Like I had one from Archie Rose, their single malt, and it was fucking incredible. And Kirsten, who works there, told me there was 5 different mash builds in there. And I was tasting it and going, oh, yummy. There's a really subtle smoke in here. And she goes, yes, one of the 5 mash builds was peated. They actually
wow.
So
there's no peat in Australia. They would have
you can get peat from Tasmania, but usually if it's peated, they have imported the peat. So Johnny's joining and Grasshopper's joining. Hey.
Hello.
Good evening, gentlemen.
And so
hello.
And so the when you have a blender, what they do is every distillery in Scotland basically gives barrels of their single malt, like a straight single malt, to every other distiller. Yeah. So what the blenders then do is they take bits and pieces of everyone's whiskey and put them together and get the best that they can put together. And then they order from that distiller, I need 100 more barrels of your X21. I need 50 barrels of your Y22. And it comes together, and then they make a blend. Blended whiskey is cheaper than single malt. And single malt is usually much more carefully made. It's much more expensively made, and it's often really gorgeous. It's really, really nice. But a good blend doesn't suck. It's like, even it's like sex is a bit like pizza. Even bad pizza's not too bad.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say sex is like pizza. I burn the roof of people's mouths. Sorry.
That's good, man.
I was going to say sex is like pizza. I can't always afford it.
Yeah. Sex is like pizza. Sometimes I get it delivered. I don't know. What is it? Look,
You know,
AZ was trying to
I
be
tell
serious,
you-
and we're
I
all
tell
fucking with him.
you,
And it's just-
a little bit about my life, and you just throw it back in my face. You know,
yeah, but
Okay.
also, yes,
that
okay,
rash
sex is
went
like
away.
pizza. Sometimes it gets thrown back in your face. Sorry.
That rash went away after a week.
You said that.
Right? And basically, after that rash went away, no one else was complaining. I do deliveries, and I am cheap. You can afford me, Grasshopper. I've told you I'm going to give you the discount. And
how many times have I? No, how many times do I have to tell people in the stream this? Having this thrown back in your face isn't the worst thing you've had thrown back in your face.
Yeah, but I was paid.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing.
That's the main thing.
So I see that Victorian Labour is absolutely kicking ass right now.
Little bit. We are still
How
worried
much?
about a late comeback.
No, it's I was reading
Fucking late
a
comeback.
was reading an opinion piece on the latest polls that came out last night, and you know the gaps had narrowed a little bit, as they always do just before the actual physical election itself. But they were all basically saying that Andrews was going to win, but not as convincingly as what he's won before. And from the numbers that I'm seeing right now, it's pretty fucking convincing.
It's pretty fucking okay. I was looking up because I forgot. I don't know if I mentioned this. So I looked up the current parliament. So okay, the current parliament has 55 Labor and 3 Greens and 27 LNP. The vote so far is 49 ALP. So a few short of that. 22 LNP. So God knows, and the Greens have improved 5. It is looking very much like the combined ALP Green vote will be at least the same as the previous election, which is a colossal failure of, like, it's a catastrophic failure of the LNP, which is delicious.
Yeah, no, but also having a look at the fucking candidates that they've had down there, like one of the guys saying Aboriginals need to get over what happened because we won this land from them fair and square.
Yeah, that dead shit from the western suburbs, yeah.
Yeah,
that
and
was
the other one...
just... I was surprised you didn't get speared.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
no,
honest,
same.
I'm honest. I'm surprised you didn't get a number 7 in his fucking head.
And then there was the other guy that was saying that we should be dumping nuclear waste in Alice Springs.
Yeah.
And I think it was either one of them two that said that what is it? It's murder after the baby leaves the mother's vagina, not beforehand. What makes the passage through the vagina so special, or something? Words to those effects, anyway.
Yeah. Megaleech is doing really good with the sex and pizza metaphors.
He is. I'm a bit impressed, actually. I'm a bit impressed.
With Megaleech, that really doesn't surprise me. He's got a filthy sense of humor. He just doesn't let it out.
He knows the kinky sex, is what we're saying. And yes, Strickland Fager, I was looking at Twitter. People are sharing a lot of pictures of the Sky News panel looking real upset. Peter Credlin in particular looks like Tony Abbott has done a steamy sailor in her mouth. And
it's sort of like the red tsunami that was supposed to happen over in America, and it was barely a red trickle. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still upset that Republicans have gotten control of the House, but it was fucking lovely watching it not be the red wave that they talked about.
I loved, like, a couple of the ones that were very close and a Democrat ended up winning. I saw a meme I liked that was hilarious. It go like, watching the American election results is like this. 50.5% to the vote goes, let's pat a puppy. 49.5% goes, I want to murder everyone.
Yeah. It was, wasn't it?
It's really disconcerting, basically.
Really was.
How fucking like eerily accurate that is. Yeah,
it's quite frightening but true. The other thing that I love is that, I was saying before you came on, Grasshopper, I was saying that Okay, that's okay.
You got distracted.
No, I got a house problem that I have to deal with.
Oh, okay. I heard the tone. That's all.
Yeah, well, that's why I've got to keep it on all the time, just in case there's like, oh, there's
shit
a
goes
fire.
down.
Someone's trying to kill someone. Please help. Basically, I was saying before, Grasshopper, that the local newspapers here have they're all Murdochian down here, and they're all every day we're going. Dan Andrews is a tyrant was one of the great lines they kept on pulling out. They pulled out. He got sent on holiday by his doctors. Okay, during the pandemic, because every day he stood up in front of the press for as long as they would ask him questions. He would go away. He'd just stand there and answer questions. He just 2 hours. Often he'd just stand there and say, "Yep, no, we're working on it. I don't know. We're trying." And even Angry was saying the press was getting the shits because they couldn't control the narrative. They couldn't get a story out of it because they were getting answers. And basically, he went on holiday and he said, "I'm not going on fucking holiday. We got fucking problems." And the doctors went, "You haven't slept for days. You keep on not sleeping for days. You get an hour's sleep every couple of days. You're going away, or we're going to make you go away." And he said, "You're not going to make me go away." And apparently they sedated him and put him in a hospital for 2 days and said, "You're now going interstate for a holiday and you're not coming back." And he went away, and then something happened. And he went, "Oh, I've got to come back." And he came back, and then he slipped down his own stairs and broke his back.
I remember when
he was at a holiday place out on the Mornington Peninsula. He was actually taking a break, and he slipped on the steps, and
he broke his back. So they said, "Yay, thank fuck, he's going to be off duty for a while." And then he ordered computer monitors, his secretaries, and phones to be in his room, and started doing government from his room. And when doctors were coming in to doctor him, he was going, "I need 15 minutes." And they're going, "We're doctors. We're going to do the thing." He went, "Okay, do the thing. I'm still going to government."
Yeah.
And apparently
he was pretty well behaved for a couple of weeks. For about 2 weeks, he's going like, "Okay, my deputy, this dude has to go out and do all the public stuff for 2 weeks." But yeah, we all know behind the scenes, there's no way he wasn't involved, because he is a control freak. He's absolutely
total control
complete
freak.
Control freak.
But not a micromanager.
No, well, he's not he is a control freak, but he's also not a megalomaniac the way that Rudd was.
That's right.
Oh yeah, no. Rudd was just an abusive dick. Which I'm very depressed by, because I thought Rudd had all the makings of a really good prime minister,
amazing prime minister,
but he was too abusive. He was too abusive.
To give him credit, he did the playing of the press really, really well. That was the one thing that he did extraordinarily well. It's the one thing that I wish that Gillard was able to take away from him. But that being said,
the misogyny, misogyny she faced was just disgusting.
Speaking of Rudd, though, while we're actually out here in public, like him, love him, loathe him, hate him, I don't care. Whoever the fuck firebombed Jordan Shanks, what a fucking asshole. Seriously.
I think that was just your average internet fuckwit who did that.
That is my sneaking suspicion. Like, my wife and I discussed it when it happened, and I'm like, he's absolutely pissed a lot of powerful people off with what he's been doing and stuff like that. And all the credit to him with his reporting on Clubs New South Wales and all of that sort of stuff. Like, 100% all the power to him. But I don't think that John Barilaro is as stupid as to organize something like that. I don't think that Clubs New South Wales are going to be necessarily hiring hitmen to go out and do that sort of a thing. I do think that it's most likely just some sort of nutcase from the fucking internet that's like, hey, I know where you live. Something along those lines.
Clubs New South Wales put his home address on the public record.
That they
put it in the court case where they were trying to bully him in a court case. And that was an intimidation tactic. And it is possible that they are responsible for the random internet fuckwit because they put his address on the public record.
The other thing that I got to give him credit for is he didn't fucking play nice with the press that were at his house either. Like he was like, if you guys go after these guys with the same sort of tenacity that you've come after me with unfounded fucking character assassinations, like, you know, that'd be great type thing. And it's just like, good on you for actually giving the press shit.
Yeah. And yes, absolutely. Legacy media fucking sucks balls.
Amen.
No two ways about it. And there's a spectrum of, it's really funny with, you know, Friendly Jordan Shanks. There's a spectrum of things. There is a whole spectrum of things where my view and his view is close to identical. The area where we diverge is what we would call intersectional politics. He seems, and again, I need to put an asterisk on this. I don't know him that well, so I could be wrong, but he seems wedded to institutional politics like the Labour Party and whatnot. And he doesn't understand the issues of feminism and race-oriented politics and queer politics and what. So what we broadly call intersectional politics, he doesn't seem to understand and he doesn't seem to value.
Well, there's that old saying of what is it? Politically progressive, socially conservative, and that is Jordan Shanks, I believe.
Maybe I'm thinking there's a lot of accuracy there, but I'm also thinking that maybe this is I'm probably going to get my balls cut off first again.
All right, I'm getting a knife. Right, I've got a fruit peeler. I've got a fruit peeler. I'm going to shave off AZ's balls one layer at a time.
Which I thought they were going to do first time, but debriding is not shaving.
No, my phone.
And sorry, Pat's got his phone. He's calling up a hit on you, AZ. But anyway, sorry. What are you going to...
Well, I was going to say it's probably also a Sydney thing. And I'm saying that because Sydney is highly regionalised.
Yes.
Highly regionalised.
Yes.
And you don't necessarily see people that are not like you if you don't go very far away from where you are.
Yes.
If you are not someone who travels all the way south to Liverpool and all the way west to Blacktown, because everyone who lives fucking east of Broad, what is it? Anyone who lives east of Blacktown's a fucking cunt. I heard a woman say that.
You get some fun conversations on public transport in Sydney.
Great.
So
I was
I live,
working a club when she said it, and I was going, "I am going to die."
Where I live, you can drive to you could drive to Liverpool from where I live in about 20 minutes with good traffic, and my wife is actually from Blacktown. Now I grew up in an area called Macquarie Fields, which is an absolute fucking armpit. But
Macquarie Fields forever. Sorry, I just want to throw out because I was an Angels fan. Growing up,
yep.
And they were very big in the western suburbs. They released a track that was kind of left field for them that seemed very influenced by the Beatles. It was called "Don't Take Me Down." AZ, our mutual friend John Casimir, who was a big music journo, 80s, 90s. When the Angels released this track called "Don't Take Me Down," which very much sounded very Beatles-esque, he's going, "What is this? Macquarie Fields Forever?"
No, they actually
Strawberry Fields Forever. It was Macquarie Fields Forever.
Yeah, no, Triple M actually did that. They also did a piss take on Macho Man, and called it Minto Man.
Minto Man was fucking awesome.
Yeah,
it was the one
but on that same token, it also said like, you know, Minnow. There's no T in Minnow. Now, I grew up around those areas. And what you were saying before, Aidsy, is somewhat correct. Like growing up in Macquarie Fields and those surrounding areas, all the way out to Liverpool, you're surrounded by everybody that's like, forgive the words here, but these are the words that we used. They're like, oh, the Wogs are trying to take over, or the Asians are trying to take over, or it was always something that was like really racially charged. And then if it wasn't that, it was very bigotry, very bigoted. It was, oh, the fags are trying to take over, and all of those sorts of different things.
When you go east, if you're not doing the right job, or if you're not having the right accent, they will A, not talk to you, and B, not acknowledge you.
If you go out to Newtown, like if you've grown up in these places and you hold those sorts of beliefs, and you go to a place like Newtown and its surrounding suburbs out east there, and you try to sprout what it is that you believe in, you were going to get fucking lynched.
Yes, you are. And this is what I'm saying about Shanks, is that I don't know that he's as intersectionally evil as we think he may be. See, we live in Melbourne, where you basically have to mix with everyone all the time. And I know it sounds stupid, right? And I'll tell you a story, and it's a little one. When I moved to Melbourne, there was a comic there. Someone's got me. Basically rattling through an eye.
It's me.
Oh, sorry.
It's Johnny by accident, yeah.
Okay, so basically when I moved to Melbourne, one of the senior comics said, it's not a secret, but it's just not advertised. There is a UN task force here. And what happened was an Inuit family moved into Melbourne. And what that meant was that every race and creed was represented in Melbourne. And what the UN wanted to know was, why aren't they killing each other? Why are they all living in the same place and not killing each other all the time? I don't understand. Everywhere in the world, if you live next door to someone that's different to you, they kill you. But in Melbourne, no, that doesn't happen. And one of the reports that came back, this is going to sound dumb, was they said, it's got something to do with trams, because you've got to wait till people get off the tram before you get on. And also you've got to wait 10 seconds when someone says something to you, because you don't quite understand what they're saying. And you can get the shits and punch on, or you can just wait 10 seconds and mull it through your head and go, oh, you need to know where the green tickets are. Right, okay, well, you need to get off here and go right, and you see the big sign with the orange writing, go in there. Thank you very much. You're a good boy. I kiss you on the cheek. Yes, thank you. Yes, God bless you. Of course, because I'm looking good. And so are you, baby. And
that's your girlfriend.
Yeah, well, she was 80. And basically, it's real. You meet everyone all the time. When I first moved to Melbourne, I lived in Brunswick, and you could go a day without hearing a word of, you could go half a day without hearing a word of English, right? And I was cool with that. That was really exciting. And one of my house literally was, you came out the door, it was upstairs from a shop, you came out the door and there was a bus stop there, right? So I'd come out and wait for the bus, and often there'd be people not speaking English, and I'd make up in my head what they were saying. And these two Muslim women came and sat down on the seat, and they were talking. Now, they were African Muslim women, and one of these women was big and short and looked like she hadn't taken shit since she was 5. And I, in my head, had made up the conversation. So is your husband still fucking goats? Fucking goats? Oh my God, he's splitting them in half. And the way it came out of her mouth, just the words came out of her mouth, was perfect in my head. And I pissed myself laughing, right? I just lost it. And so she's looked at me and her friends looked at me and gone, and they've started speaking. I think it was either Farsi or Urdu, I'm not sure. And I'm going, no, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I only speak English. And they're going, bullshit, you just laughed at me. You don't need to know language to know that that's what they were saying. And then she starts to advance on me like she's going to kick the fuck out of me. And I'm going, oh, this is not a cool scene anymore. And so I start to run up the street. And she calls out to these Muslim lads up in front of me. And they go, oh, yeah. And they grab me and take me down an alleyway. I'm going, I am about to die. And they said, righto, mate, we're going in here. And they opened the shed door. This corrugated iron fence. In I go, and they say, righto, mate, we're going to bash on the fence. You're going to scream and yell like we're kicking the fuck out of you. I'm going, no problem. And so bang, bang, bang. And then they're telling her, you don't want to see this. You don't want to see this. And so she goes away, apparently. And they went, now, what the fuck happened? Because she's crazy, dude. You don't want to get on her bad side. I'm going, I'm
crazy.
Yeah, I'm picking that up, bro. And so I told them the story, and they shat themselves laughing. They thought that was the funniest thing. And so out came the food and the shisha pipe, and they're ringing their mates. And every time a new wave of mates came in, I had to tell the story again. And they're fucking laughing, and there's more shisha, and there's more food. Whatever I was going to do that afternoon, that fucked off. I had met my new crew, and it was just the way that people rolled, and you don't get that in Sydney. In Sydney, you get knifed.
Sorry, I was just going to say, when AZ was going off on one of his tears, I was making a drink for Mrs. Angry, which is where I've been, and she goes, what's going on? I went, oh, it sounds like AZ's trying to get me convicted of hate crimes again. And so what that reminded me of, there's a video from the old Code Grey stuff we did when AZ did the Code Grey show a long time ago now. I shot a bunch of rehearsal stuff and behind the scenes stuff. And one of the videos we put up is, you remember this, AZ, because the Reverend Doctor was there and Girling was there and I was there. And basically everyone was talking the worst sort of shit. And the camera's running and I've got this bit with AZ saying, could everyone turn it down a bit so maybe Angry could use this for the YouTube at the moment? Just if we could tone it down so it was slightly below the level of hate crime. And the Reverend Doctor tells you to fuck off, and you're like, okay, you can all blow me. Fuck you. And so AZ was being the voice of reason because of what everyone else was saying.
And that was the only ever time I've been the voice of reason ever.
Where I live at the moment, I am completely surrounded by old white conservative men. Like in the same-sex marriage plebiscite, my area had one of the highest no counts to give you an idea of the area that I live in. And it's quite funny to me because we live on an acreage. We've got 1 acre, and that is the minimum land size around where I live is 1 acre. So most people are on 1, some people have got 5, and other people have got 15. And I have my get-togethers here for my birthday every year and all of that sort of stuff. And all of the people that rock up to my land are people with, like, pink hair and piercings and tattoos. And there's several same-sex couples that also arrive and all of that sort of stuff.
And rainbow overalls and stuff that these old guys don't want to see.
Absolutely. These guys' fucking eyes are falling out of their head. And that's always been really, really funny to me. But recently, all of the surrounding areas where I live, it's all starting to get built up right now, and we're getting more shopping centers and more infrastructure and all of that sort of stuff. And as a result, we're getting in a lot of new faces, if you will. And It seems like as if everybody that is of the same sex persuasion have all kind of gone, let's move out into this area. I'm not going to say the area online, but let's move out to this area, which happens to be my area. So there's heaps and heaps and heaps of same-sex couples that are going out, they're going shopping and they're buying things for their house and they're taking their kids to school and doing all of these sorts of different things. And all of the old white dudes around here are going absolutely shit crazy, and I am fucking loving every goddamn second of it. It is just so great. About 3 years ago, I was in a local shopping center. I went into the pharmacy. I got a few things. The lady that was at the checkout was wearing a hijab. Now, I know the basic greeting that most Muslims use of Assalamu alaikum. It is it's a greeting, same as saying ciao in Italian. It's like saying ciao in Italian or something like that.
It's hi.
So
peace be upon
yeah,
you.
when it was finished, I turned around to the girl and I said assalamu alaikum. She said alaikum assalam, no worries. And this old white lady, and I mean a fucking, she should have been in a museum, old white lady with the grey hair, the whole lot, gives me this look of,
sounds like my mum.
You know, what did you just say to her? And I said, it's a greeting and it's a way of saying thank you. And she was like, oh, you got to be careful with what you say to them because they might bomb the place if you say the wrong thing. I was like, holy
what?
Fuck, what the
That's so
fuck
weird.
is wrong with you? Like, I was completely blown away that she said this in complete earnest. She was being dead fucking serious when she said it. I was like, what the fuck?
Sounds like when my mum found out I got my second ear pierced. You don't want to know what she found out when I got my first.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
Oh goodness! Like I thought that, because my dad was military, I thought that me coming out the closet was going to be this whole big thing with my family and all of that sort of stuff, and it turned out to be a complete nothing thing with my family. For the most part, it was a complete nothing thing. My dad was like, "Cool, whatever."
Yeah, what are you gonna do, bro? It's your dick. I don't have to put it anywhere.
Yeah, you know, so long as you're happy, that's all fine, type thing. And two of my sisters out of the three were like, "Okay, great." You know, my third sister was like, "You're going to hell." I'm like, "Cool, I'll see you there." And yeah, I would have had a more difficult time. Like, I came out after we moved into my existing area, and I can only think if I had ever actually made friends in this area, it would have been harder to come out with those people that I had met in this fucking area than what it was with my family.
Wow,
Yeah,
that is hardcore.
It's pretty crazy how your life could be different depending on what kind of friends you have.
Well, I mean, it is a thing. Like when we moved out here, I really did treat it as a ability to get rid of the shit in my life, basically. The people that I classed as friends, the people that you know, they were just toxic for so many different reasons. They were just fucking toxic, and yeah, getting them out of my life and continuing my life in a more productive way without them being a part of it was the best fucking thing that I've ever done. I'm not trying to say that to be a snob. I'm saying that because it's a fact.
It's real. It's real. Yeah.
You know, because I run into them every now and again, and it's like three of them especially come to mind. I won't say their names, but three of them come to my mind especially, and their lives are going nowhere fast, and they're fucking thrilled to death about it, basically.
One guy I used to know, I was a housemate of him. He used to get me to write comedy, and the idea was we were writing comedy for us, okay? But in fact, it was for him. And it turned out that I had to write it, and he got all the choice stuff, and I got all the shitty straight line stuff. And I said, look, you know what? For these next 3 shows for the radio, you can write because I'm kind of busy with this, and I'll do yours. And he went, no, you've got to write. I went, no, it's cool. I mean, you're funny. You know what to do. He basically went, no, you've got to write. I went, no, dude, I can't. For the next 3, you've got to do it. And it ended up that he wrote half of one, and it was shit. And he rang up the station and said, oh, the show's cancelled. Right, the night before we were due to go on. The program director was vomiting fire. And the program director was also our housemate.
Oh, lovely.
So he came home and said, the fuck are you doing? And he said, well, Azy's not going to write these 3 shows. And he said, Azy's got this shit to do. You knew that was coming. He's told you that a month ago. The fuck have you been doing? And he said, well, I blah, blah, blah. And he said, and we've paid you all this money. And I've gone, you've what? And he said, yeah, we've paid you $1,000 a show. And I've gone, I haven't been paid anything. This guy had picked up 25 grand for my writing for this whole fucking season.
Wow.
And I went, you fucked me hard here, haven't you? So I'll have half of it now. I've kind of spent it. Right. Okay. Well, that's an issue, isn't it? So you owe me 12.5 grand. So when you're ready, get it together. Yeah, I'll get it together. And then about 6 months later, he left the house without paying the rent. And then about 6 months after that, he rang up and said, "Oh, I've got this job for this ad, and I need to write. It's about a burger." And I was thinking about a Muslim woman in a burger, and I went, "A burger? They wear those burqas," and I didn't know what that was. And he said, "Come on, you can think of something. It's a burger." And I went, I don't know what you're talking about." And he said, "I will fuck you then," and hung up. And I've
I'm just doing meme sharing now. I found this one on Twitter, which I really liked. And Alexander just popped in saying, "Hey, any result?"
That's fucking brilliant. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant.
Cat.
I've basically got the result I wanted. That the media and pollster pundits have been told, go fuck yourselves.
Can someone post the stream lab? Oh no, that was at 9:48. That's okay. Angry, I've got a new joke for you.
Thank you. I like jokes.
This is going to be for everybody. All right. There's a guy. He sees an ad in the paper about a ship that needs a new cook before the ship goes out on a couple of weeks voyage. And he goes out to the ship and he's like, I'm a chef. I want to apply for the position. The captain's like, come aboard. So the guy goes on board and he goes down into the kitchen and he has a look around and everything in the kitchen's all 100%. It's all up to date. It's all good. But then he notices that every single potato that is on this ship is shaped like a penis. Every single one of them. He's taken a bit aback and he thinks to himself, well, I better go and have a word with the captain about this. So he goes up to the captain and he's like, the kitchen looks like as if it's all good to go, but all of these potatoes, they're all shaped like penises. Like, we've got to do something about that. And the captain turns around to him and goes, no, son, you don't seem to understand. This is a dictatorship.
Yes.
That's weird. That's so weird.
Yes.
That is terrible.
Yes.
That's weird.
Okay, I just got AZ to fucking facepalm with that one. I'm wondering how many death threats I'm going to get in the YouTube fucking section on that one.
Speaking of dictatorship, so previously I looked up the existing parliament was 55 Labor seats, 27 opposition, like LNP, 3 Green. I need to now share what the ABC is projecting. Again, this could change, but it's what they're projecting. Where are we? Okay, so what they are projecting, Labor will still have 55 seats.
Shit.
The LNP will actually go down from 27 to 25. This is fucking awesome.
Brilliant.
Oh, that is fucking beautiful. I sincerely fucking hope that this is the same fucking thing for New South Wales next year. I can't tell you how much I hope.
It might be. I think
it might go close, mate. But seriously, after the fuck up of the
Oh, somebody's microphone is gone fucking nuts there.
that was.
I think that might be yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right there, AZ.
I think after the fuck up that the New South Wales Liberal government has been this term.
It's not just like
multiple fuck ups.
From fucking Koala Killer through to Parrot Head right now, like they've done nothing fucking good.
Like they've scored so many own goals. That's the thing. You know, sometimes you make a mistake, right? Shit happens, but when you score an own goal, that's on you. You know. Now I'm not saying Dictator Dan didn't do that. He's done that a couple of times, right? He did. He really did do that a couple of times.
Yeah.
He fucked up, but he totally overcame that with so much more. You know, he basically built a bridge over every fucking problem, and kept on going. And every time they tried to fuck him, he came up with a solution rather than just a moan. All that New South Wales did was moan. They just moaned.
Speaking of people that have completely fucking...
say, Dr. Abigail's coming back, so she's obviously scored.
Hello.
Hey, Doc's here back.
Hello.
Hey, Doc.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you, Doc.
Yes?
I am on my phone here at the Greens election party.
Okay. So it's not one of it's not the kind of party that we want to see
right now.
No, it's not one of those parties. It's the Greens, for the seat of Richmond for Gabrielle De Vitri's party, and we're all here.
I've got to say, if I was at a Greens party, I would either be pulling a massive bong hit or fucking someone.
I'm
one of them.
Like a bunch of anti-anxiety meds right now, and
see.
I'm a bit
Abigail,
extra.
If you lovely people will excuse me just for 2 minutes, I need a drink.
Yeah.
Right, do that. Dr. Abigail, if you're on a heap of anti-anxiety meds and you're at a Greens party, it's time to start groping.
Yes, I can barely hear you. Sorry. Sorry. Despite
sounds like everyone's having a good time.
Everyone can barely.
Everyone is celebrating hard.
So Dr. Abigail, in case you've missed, they might have said it there, but the ABC projections at the moment are the ALP will have the same number of seats they had the last election. The Greens have obviously picked up a couple. The LNP have actually gone backwards. And it's just
49.
Oh, that is so good to hear. There's a whole press area out the back where there's a bunch of journos and there's a big screen and a bunch of interested people, but most people here are drinking and dancing. So
I would be too.
I am so glad
to
hear that.
Yeah.
So
it's so good.
I just thought I'd check in. I'm probably going to go home soon, and if you're all still here, I'll jump back on the stream.
I'm pretty amped, so we might still be here. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, there's a few key people I just want to catch up with before I leave. But if you
Catch up with.
if you can imagine,
Ah, I got it,
everyone's
man.
pretty busy right now. So
You did the
I'm
sign
just
language,
saying,
Angry.
Green Party catch up with people is a bunch of.
oh look, there are people who are going to get laid here
You're
tonight.
bad,
I
man.
know.
It's-
There's going to be lots
a
of
given.
drugs and fucking. Is all I'm saying.
I've already seen some. I've already seen some people drop some little packets of illicit substances here tonight.
Hell,
Can you-
hell to the fucking yeah.
Can you bring
Not
some
from
of
me.
those? Can you bring some of those home for me?
Unfortunately, I cannot.
Because Dr. Abigail is a law-abiding citizen.
I
Is
can.
the love gone?
I can.
Is the love just gone?
I'm not. I'm not
Am I
into.
too-
I'm not into
You're not
illicit
into blacks.
substances
You're not
myself.
into black people. You're not into
In
black people.
Minecraft,
That's it.
maybe.
I understand. Black lives don't matter to you. Whatever. I don't care.
Oh, elf lives matter. Okay. Anyway, Toodaloo. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon.
See you soon, babe.
Bye.
Bye, babe.
Oh my god, I fucking cracked. I cracked up when I saw that ABC projection that the LNP are actually going to go backwards. I did not dare hope that that would be the case. And it appears a better than average chance the LNP are actually going to go backwards. Which is A, fucking hilarious because fuck them, and B, fuck the media and pollster shitheads who spent the last couple of weeks going, "Whoa, Dan's in trouble. The Libs can get in." Fuck them. I hate them
I mean,
so fucking
how
much.
much were they paid? Let's face it. How much were they paid to push that message?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's just fuck them. It's fuck them.
They were. I mean, let's get real. I mean, they weren't polling. Anyone who was polling knew what was going to happen, right? I walked up and down the fucking street, right? And I was listening just to conversations and people going, "Red tide," and and people going, "Why is the paper saying Dan's such a fuckwit? He's going to get back in." Like, Dan getting back in was going to be easy as pissing off a log. It was that easy, right? Because he basically did everything right.
Yeah.
And the opposition did everything wrong.
Sorry,
Go on, please.
AD and Grasshopper, you probably both missed this because I was doing this early in the stream. I was messing about pretending to be a bookmaker and running some odds on elections results. And
yep, I saw that. Yep.
Oh, you did see it, Grasshopper? Okay. So what I said is a reduced majority was even money. Holding in the majority was 5-1. Heine had his 69 bet on 5-1. So Heine makes out like a bandit tonight.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah. So my bet was a reduced majority was even money. Holding the majority was 5-1 against. A minority government was 10-1. An increased majority was 20-1. And the LNP one was 50-1. So, okay. So we are literally, it's either holding the majority or because some of those contests with the Greens are going down to the wire, it is not impossible Labor could actually increase their majority in this one. So,
which would be quite lovely.
I'm quite okay with the Greens doing well, honestly.
Yeah, I'm liking the fact that they've actually won a few more seats already. That's quite encouraging.
So, Chrono Wraith, you want? If the LNP would go into the tar pit of history, that would be nice.
I have a problem with the Greens, but that's
I have a bunch of problems with the Greens. I have a bunch of problems with them.
Yeah.
But I think someone applying a bit of pressure to Labor, I think that's
actually good point.
Good
point. I remember when the Democrats were to keep the bastards honest, and that was their job, and they did, and it worked until one
for a couple of decades.
The
Democrats were forced for a couple of decades, and then
until
they
fucking let the GST in, and then one was the loneliest number.
They fell apart.
Well, Natasha Stott-Despoja was the only one that kept a seat, and everyone else got destroyed. How the fuck they thought they were going to get elected again, I will never know.
I still want to know
with infighting.
I still want to know how the fuck Bjelke Petersen stayed in power as long as he did. That's the thing that still confuses the shit out of me.
Corruption.
Corruption was a big part of it. Corruption was a very big part of it.
Corruption is how to do that, and corruption is how he did it. Basically, there was everything you can imagine in politics that was wrong that New South Wales does, but done in a cowboy fashion in Queensland. The White Shoe Brigade was a real fucking thing. It wasn't a joke. It was a real thing. I went up to Queensland with a group of business associates from Canberra to meet some business associates from Queensland. We were all young, white, Catholic and religious schoolboys who were used as runners and traders for illicit goods. I'm just going to say that. And
it's almost like AG is talking about drugs, but he wouldn't talk about drugs because that's illegal.
Yeah, that would be highly illegal.
You never do anything illegal, AG. Now or in the past.
So even though it sounds kind of illegal, AG would never do anything illegal. So continue.
And we got up there and our friends met us and said, "Oh, okay, lads, you've got to change. We'll go straight to the hotel." Great. It was like a 5-star hotel. You know, they really put on a great spread for us. And then they said, "Okay, let's go out and see the sights." And they said, "All right, let's go in groups of 2 and 3." And we went, "What?" And they went, "We can't all go together." What? If we go together, they'll arrest us. Sorry? You can't be in groups of more than 3, or that's a demonstration, and you get arrested by the cops. Wow. Okay. Yep. And then a couple of guys had T-shirts on, and our host said, "Oh, no. Take that T-shirt off and change it for another one. You can't have that T-shirt. It's offensive." Because one of them had an Addy Hash T-shirt on, and one of them had a Hitler Tour T-shirt on. And they said, no, that's offensive. You've got to take them off. It's just a shirt. Yes, and you'll get arrested, and you'll get searched, and we really don't want to get searched. We really don't want to get searched. But we've got nothing on us. Yes, but we really don't want to get searched. Because it's our party, and we're showing you a good time. Do you understand us? And I said, "Yeah, okay." And it ended up that I was in a group of 2 with one other young lad who was very pretty. And I said some, leading questions, and he gave me some leading answers. And he said, "Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to buy some prostitutes to come with us." And I said, "What?" "It's just going to be you and me in the room." And he said, "I know. The girls will sleep in my room. The girls need sleep. They'll appreciate the time off." And I said, "Well,
this is sounding a bit like a night I had recently."
Right.
And keep going.
And basically, he said, "If we get busted together without girls in the room, we are going to go to jail for approximately 10 years. And I said, "We are all underage." And he said, "That's why it's only 10 years.
Yeah.
And I went, "What if we were overage?" He said, "It'd be 25. And I said, you can't go to jail just for being a poofter." And he said, "You can in Queensland."
You can in Queensland, absolutely.
And it's
basically...
basically...
He's going to bed because he's too drunk, and that's good. So I do the Queensland thing. 2 things I think of. One was Larry Pickering, who certainly turned out to be a colossal fucking weirdo, but did some very fun political cartoons in the 70s and 80s. And he had one for Queensland that summed it up. It was a footy coach giving the halftime rant to his team, and a copper comes up to him and goes, "Excuse me, sir, in the interest of public order, could you make it appear less like you're addressing this group?" Because Bjorky Peterson had put in a law that you weren't allowed to address more than 4 people in public. So according to the letter of the law, a football coach at halftime ranting at his team about what they had to do in the second half was breaking the law because he was addressing them in a public space. It's just abso-fucking-lutely wild. Queensland was so fucked up.
It was. You had to be this high in cash to play. It was all about the money. It was all about the money. If you had money, you were fine. If you didn't,
it's great having my computer set back up out in my fucking workspace, but the problem is just outside the window of my workplace there is a bunch of jasmine and spring. Yeah, I'm getting fucking hay fever, so apologies in advance, people.
You know what? There's only one other person I know who's allergic to jasmine. There's only one other person I know who's allergic to jasmine, and I'm not
allergic. It's just fucking hay fever.
Well, he's an ice smoking alcoholic.
Svan joining us.
Svan, Grasshopper,
hey,
are you an ice smoking alcoholic?
You can't tell just by the way I look. I mean,
no, we're not saying you're an ice smoking alcoholic, but we're not saying it. That's like
I'm basically trying to organise an intervention. Svan, I'm going to need you to help. What's that?
That's how bad my hay fever get.
You do that for hay fever?
Yeah.
Is that an EpiPen?
That's an EpiPen. Yes.
Yeah.
For hay fever.
Yeah, I've got an EpiPen in my kitchen because of my allergy to chili. Yeah. That looks exactly like my EpiPen.
You've got an allergy to chili. You're the only other person I know with an allergy to chili. I thought I was the only one. Oh
no,
my God.
I can have a full-on anaphylactic reaction to chili.
We need to have the sex.
You're sick. Particular G.
I say that to most people, but we need to.
You're sick.
So again, AD's up the ante with the sex thing. But Heine, if you're still there, I owe you a drink if we ever catch up again, because you did the vote for Labor holding their majority, and that looks like what's going to happen. So you were the one person to place a bet on that. So I think I owe you a drink if I see you again.
Oh yeah, and I'm so sad about bullying.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. I would be so drunk now if Matthew Guy lost his seat. I would be so fucking drunk.
Oh my God!
Down and probably in hospital at that point.
Yeah, no, a friend of mine and I, they've actually got a bet on with me because they have never seen me drink a single drop of alcohol, which isn't to say that I don't have an occasional bit every now and again, but they've never seen me take a sip of alcohol. We have a bet on right now that if the Libs are to lose the New South Wales state election coming up next year, that I'm going to take a shot of vodka.
Oh, fair enough. All right, so Heine is still there. So I don't know if we can arrange it sometime, maybe in the city. I'm not joking. I'll buy you a drink because you were the one person who went on the line saying no, Labor's going to hold their majority, and it looks like that's going to happen. So I at least owe you a drink.
Oh, you know what happened to me when I voted today?
Yeah.
I didn't even get myself a bloody democracy sausage.
Oh, that's
what?
That's why Labor haven't won by fucking 100% right now. Okay, you've let the whole fucking country down. You should be ashamed of yourself.
That's pretty much the only thing I like about voting.
Getting a
sausage.
Yeah, it's the only reason why I go to Bunnings. As opposed to online shopping, it's the only reason why I go to Bunnings. I wait for the weekend to get a sausage, provided that it is not for a local church. I refuse.
There was no barbecue set up where I went at all, but there were some older ladies selling some like jams and stuff that they made and some plants. So I got myself a democracy Vietnamese mint plant.
Well, that's pretty
instead.
good. That's pretty good.
Could you say,
It keeps giving.
excuse me, bitches, get the fucking hibachi on, get some sausages on, and butter some fucking bread.
They were nice. They were nice because they knocked a bit of money off it.
I'm sure
It was $5. It was $5. I got it for $2, mate. That was like the last $2 in my pocket.
That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. But still, you can say bitches, hibachi, sausages, bread, butter, sauce. That is what Australia is made of.
Or they could have even done what I had for. They could have even done what I had for dinner tonight. I came up with like the greatest fusion dish in the world. Right?
What?
Do tell.
I call it the ultimate bogan Asian fusion thing.
I love
And
it.
it's basically it's a sausage roll and then just some kimchi.
Oh. See, I can't eat that because chili.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
You know you can get kimchi without chili. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I did not.
Yeah.
know
I
that,
did
but on
not know
same
that
token,
either.
I'm not, I do not like pickles. I am a heathen, but I do not like pickles at all.
Each to their own.
I'm a heathen.
They're actually fermented.
Well, I maintain the reason why my wife married me is because if we get any dishes that have got prawns, pickles, or anything fermented, she gets it all off my plate.
Opposites
fair.
attract
That's fair, man.
because they get fed.
Yeah.
You know, Jack Sprat could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and between them, they lick the plate completely and utterly clean.
Although she also gets all of my Brussels sprouts because that shit is just disgusting.
That's like the one thing I never got at my place when I grew up because Mum hated them. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, no,
I got everything else turned into mush though.
Look, my dad's ex, when he was still with us, his ex, I maintain that woman never cooked. She ruined food and served it.
Yeah, that's my mum. Anyway.
You know, I remember watching her making vegetables one night, and I'll never forget it. She got like a pack of frozen veggies. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not bagging frozen veggies. Frozen veggies are fucking great.
Love frozen veggies.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and they taste great. Like all of that, no problem. But so she gets
that sounds like that's
I
a
know.
very odd
I was
noise.
deliberately putting that weird fucking noise out.
Fuck you, Angry.
I knew, mate.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm Mike, so you can do.
Everybody thinks it's funny that AZ's got an anal prolapse.
Oh no.
That's not exactly what I would class as funny, but also not
It
surprising.
depends what circles you're in, mate. I think.
That was the sound it made.
I know. I've heard that noise when I've been hanging out with AZ. Like, oh no, we're in trouble.
Oh, hanging out with
Oh.
AZ. Yeah.
Her
unintentional.
The new greatest hit this summer.
That's what
So,
she said as she
so
called
she's-
with a bloody another fucking coating. And
When-
I'm pissed off. Please go on. Grasshopper.
When she has decided that she's going to make the veggie, she's pulled out a pot, filled it halfway up with water, got the water up to boiling, put all of the veggies just straight in the boiling water, turned it down to a low simmer, put the lid on, and then went off to do literally everything else. Cook the sausages and make up the mashed potato and all of that sort of stuff. She had those veggies boiling in that water for almost an hour.
Oil. What is oil, sir? You're living in luxury.
No,
Don't even
she
have
had
that
the
here.
veggies boiling in water. I said.
boil, but
Oh,
Boiling.
oil. I thought you said there was oil in it as well.
No, boiling in.
Bravo.
This sounds like
Yeah.
my. This sounds like my mum. Yeah.
You would have gotten more nutritional content from drinking the fucking leftover water from eating.
Yeah.
From
My
eating what
mum.
was left of this fucking bitch.
When my mum cooks bloody veggies, she steams them for at least 20 minutes every time, and yeah, they're just
Steamed, like,
falling apart.
Frozen veggies. No, frozen veggies. You steam them for about 6 minutes tops, and they're fucking beautiful.
I lost my mum.
Well,
What?
I don't know. Pat's bringing his mum into it, which is a bit of a worry.
Yeah, I lost my mum. Now
I'm
I
sorry
lost
about
my
that,
dad, my brother. And my
I'm
brother.
sorry about that, Pat.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear that, Pat.
Sorry, I'm
Sorry, mate. I'm gonna go have a ciggy.
I'm
That's why
going
I'm
to share.
taking-
I'm going to do more meme sharing now. I was just
All right,
looking-
bring it on. Bring it on.
I was just looking on Twitter, and where are we? So this one, little Avi Yemeni upset at the election result.
Fuck him and everything he has ever fucking
that's weird.
And of course, because Australians have got to bring the Simpsons in for everything.
Reasons.
Victoria's fallen. Yes, little Yemeni.
That's weird.
Victoria's fallen.
Oh god.
It's like Australians just always have to use the Simpsons to illustrate politics.
It's like
which
I never
love.
I never understood how
I,
people could fucking watch that guy like on purpose, and then Andrew Tate became popular. So
I trained a couple of comics who literally said, "Fucking Shakespeare ripped off The Simpsons," and I went,
Yep.
"You don't mean that? That's funny, isn't it?" No, he ripped off The Simpsons. I mean, Shakespeare was 600 years ago. The Simpsons was not. And they went, no. The new Shakespeare, the Shakespeare now that you read in the plays. Okay, guys, do you know Queen Elizabeth? Yeah. She lives in Buckingham Palace. Okay. And it took me the rest of the rehearsal to explain to them The Simpsons rips off everyone else. And they were mortified. They were destroyed. They were crushed to find out that all of the literary references that The Simpsons have done were not ripped off by Edgar Allan Poe, by fucking Byron, by fucking Shakespeare, but in fact it was the other way around. And I said basically all of the writers in the first 15 years came from Princeton, and they all had classics education, and they all knew how to put it into context, because everybody in the Simpsons world could come up with a joke. If you were a secretary or a janitor or a writer, you could come up with any joke, yeah? And you wrote it down on a card, and the card was triple database indexed. And basically when they were writing an episode, the cards would pop up as suggestions, and it made writing a Simpsons episode 20 to 25% faster, because the jokes were already there. Some of them would sit there for 20 years, and then they'd pop up and go, yeah, perfect, let's go. And you would get money for a joke on The Simpsons in your pay packet. Basically,
Jesus Christ, it sounds like they're almost close to using machine learning or data modeling just to write this script.
well, it was a mail merge. It was a mail merge system they were using to make it happen, but they recoded it. Their databasing, because this all started because they realized, you know what, guys, we've got 300 episodes, and we've got to actually sort out what's what. So they databased everything, and they wanted to be careful they weren't using the same jokes over and over. So they databased everything, and they realized that they could keep going. So they 3D databased everything. And then they said, anyone who writes a joke, put it on a card, give it to the secretaries, and they'll put it in the database. And then when the writers were doing their thing, it'd pop up on the screen as they were writing as a suggestion. And the writers could like throw it away or go, actually, with a little bit of tweaking, that'll work. And they'd put a gold star on it on the computer, and the person who wrote the joke would get money. That meant that everyone in the company was writing jokes. Everyone would write like 10 jokes a week, because the likelihood was you would get 4 or 5 jokes a year in The Simpsons. And a joke was worth $3,000. And if you're a janitor, $3,000 is a holiday. So it's worthwhile writing a joke. And the Princeton guys just used to put in fucking heaps and heaps of Shakespeare and heaps and heaps of poets. And what was the guy who did the Traveller's Tales?
Sorry, just want to put something in very quickly. Chronoswaith, rather. AI-generated Simpsons has already happened. Google it. It is funny as hell.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. So yeah, that's why you get odd things coming up. Remember the episode where the next door neighbor had lost his wife and he was about to go with the other chick, and he had in one hand all of the no's from the Bible and all of the yeses from the Bible, and the wind blew away the no's, but he was actually quoting the Bible. All of that came out of the database, and they just whacked it in time after time. And apparently that scene was faster to write than it was to read and animate, which is why The Simpsons is now 30 years old.
Oh, The Simpsons, like, I haven't watched any of the new Simpsons in
I haven't watched The
forever and a
Simpsons
day.
for 10 years. But,
Every now and again, like, I'm walking past the
That's
TV,
cool.
and they've got it going, and it's one of the older episodes, and you can't help but just kind of stop and turn and kind of relive it for like 5 minutes, and they go back to what you were doing.
First 10, 12 seasons. Not really the first season or two. The first season or two aren't terrible, but it hit its stride towards about season 3. Season 3 to 12 is just impeccable stuff.
They were brilliant. That was when they really hit
really good.
That was when they started doing this card system. That was when they really started caring about what they were doing. That was when they really started to think about what the characters were about and what the show was about. The show was about Homer and Bart.
Yeah.
And they figured it out.
Yeah. The kicker for me is when you see memes shared online, you do not see a meme that comes from later than season 12. You just don't.
You don't.
All the memes people share are from season 2 to 10. You definitely don't see anything past season 12. And we're up to season 34. And look, more power to them that they make a shit ton of money from advertising.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Is that your fucking allergies acting up, Grasshopper?
That's my fucking hay fever coming in.
God damn.
Fucking hell.
Have you got antihistamine?
I ran out this morning and I didn't get the chance to go to the chemist because of fucking work.
Neat.
There is a 24-hour chemist just under an hour's drive from here, and I'm fucking tempted right now.
I was about to say, neat. We might actually get to see Grasshopper die live on a stream.
Oh,
and it's just like,
I fucking hate this. I mean, it's one thing when it hits you at 10:30 at night. That's okay. It's the fucking worst when you wake up with this shit.
Yeah,
that's bad. Yeah. That's bad.
Bad day.
You don't feel awake the entire fucking day. You just feel wiped out the entire fucking day.
I had a cousin who thought it would be funny to puff chili powder in my eye as I was asleep, and I felt this on my eye, and I've opened my eye up, and he's going, ha, 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 little freak, and I've gone, what's that? And he's gone, chili powder, ha, ha, ha. And I punched him in the face so hard that he hit the roof. And he was really upset. And then I've gone out naked into the kitchen and his parents have gone, you hit our child. And I've gone, I've got chili powder in my eye. And my parents said, let's get some pants on you and get an ambulance. I said, could we drive? No. We need to get an ambulance. And I couldn't breathe. And I had my throat had closed up and my whole side of my face had swelled out like the Elephant Man until the ambulance got there, and they EpiPenned me 4 times. Because they were going, this guy is about to die.
Not small needles either.
And
yeah, no, they fucking sting. They absolutely fucking sting.
Not like the chili. Not like the chili.
No,
And
when I did my training with the police, we at one point there actually got pepper sprayed, and they were like, "This is not even close to getting chili in your eye." And I'm like, "If this isn't even fucking close to that, that's like it's torture techniques right there."
Yeah,
like
I even
that's
remember
torture.
In a house years ago, share house with the guy, and he's cooking and he's doing it, and he's chopping up fresh chilies, and he's going, "This is awesome," and he just casually said, "You just have to remember, don't rub your eyes after you've been chopping up chilies." And I swear to God, 10 minutes later, I saw him staggering around down the hall trying to find the bathroom, going, "I rubbed my eyes."
A guy, one of my best mates in the world, he's no longer with us, may forever rest in peace. He learnt the hard way to wash your hands before going to pee.
Oh yeah, even yes, because your dick has some very
Yeah.
sensitive tissue on it. Yes.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
yeah, he had to
I've
chop
seen
up.
that.
He
We're
made
talking
a
about
really,
eating
really,
it.
really hot chili, and he chopped up something like 17 habaneros to go into this chili. And not thinking about it, just a couple of minutes later, he needed to go pee, and yeah,
I know.
I don't want to think about
That's
that.
not why he passed away, though.
No. He passed away many, many years after that, thankfully. But yeah, no, he was one of the smartest guys that you would have ever met. Really, just one of those guys. He was a jack of all trades, master of none. He knew a little bit about everything. So he was always great to have a conversation with. But the greatest juxtaposition of this guy is that he looked like a big, mean, hairy biker. He was a bit taller than me, very stocky fellow, very muscly. He had a long black beard. He had long black hair back in a ponytail. He had tattoos down both arms, rings on each finger, and he looked like a real mean customer, like a guy that you don't ever want to get on the wrong side of. You talk to him for 5 minutes, and here's this guy that is really well read. He had multiple degrees in social services, counseling, youth counseling, drug and alcohol counseling, stuff like that. He was a real empathetic, love everyone type of dude. And you the only way that you would have ever made him even consider violence towards you is if you were to offer violence towards him, his family, or his friends.
Yeah,
Like
I was
that.
going to say, if you touched his kids, you were gone.
Yeah, no kids for him,
and I know-
unfortunately. Shut up,
you
Sarah.
know, his trainees. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen guys like that. You know, if you want to fuck with my boys, come through me.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
No, he was just one of the loveliest guys. Although I love, there's another guy that we know. Everybody calls him Tiny, and it's one of the most ironic nicknames that you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah,
Tiny
of course.
stands 7'1" tall. Tiny weighs 210 kilo, and the greatest majority of that is fucking muscle because he hits the gym daily.
Yeah.
And he is a big, beefy dude. He's got a really hairy chest and stomach, really hairy arms, tattoos, and all of that sort of stuff. And you meet him, and it's like, "Hi, my name's Shannon." "Hi, sweetie. How you doing today?" Tiny is as camp as a row of tents.
I have seen that guy. I have met that guy a few times, and you know, and he comes over and he's got a face like a smashed pie, and you go, "Hey, how you going, Gloria? I'm just so great today. I tell you, It was fantastic what we got up to last night. We just got on the Harleys and just drove and found a lovely little picnic spot. And I didn't get any sleep at all. But we did find a toilet.
It was the greatest thing going to Mardi Gras with Tiny, because nobody would be willing to say fucking anything. They just take one look at Tiny and go, nope, fuck that.
No, I'm not into fighting the bear. Sometimes the bear gets you.
And he'd give you the fucking claws too.
Ooh, nice.
The chili story I've got was this guy
according to his boyfriend, he's bad for it. So
was a bad lad, a nasty lad. Anyway, he was chopping up the chili, and he's gone for a piss, and he's come out and gone, I might have made a mistake. And we go, oh yeah. And then he's gone, I think I might be in a bit of trouble. And we said, well, what's going on? He said, does this look right? And he's taken down his pants, and the poor bugger's foreskin has grown out like a football.
He's like had an allergic reaction.
What the hell?
It's grown out like a football.
Is this you, AD?
Not me, no.
No. For once you have a medical story, not about yourself.
I know, it's crazy.
Allergic reactions to capsaicin are real.
No, but he chopped up chili and gone for a piss and forgot to wash his hands, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I've done that.
So you got the chili oil.
So he got the chili oil. He's pulled back himself and gone for a piss, and he's coated his inside with chili oil. And
it's like an allergic reaction. Up, yeah.
Right. And he's gone, it really hurts. I don't know what to do. And we've kind of looked at it and gone, that's kind of swollen. And he says, it really hurts. I don't know what to do. And we've gone, we better take you to a hospital, we think. I don't think antihistamines are going to fix this. So we take him to the hospital.
Sorry to interrupt, and sorry for this being completely different. Just something that just made me piss myself laughing. Somebody just sent me a link. Victoria Votes live blog. Matthew Guy says that he could do as Steve Brax did and claim shock win.
Who's that?
Sure, absolutely.
Matthew Guy, he's the leader of the Liberals down in Victoria, who are currently getting flogged.
And he is apparently about to make a speech where he tries to explain how he got ass fucked so hard.
I might have to watch that.
Can we live stream that?
No, it'd be a copyright thing. You want to go on ABC 24 at the moment, because Matthew Guy's confession is going to be...
I want to hear.
I'll put it on in the background. You won't be able to hear it.
Copium. Sorry.
Yes, lots of copium going around.
It's reminding me of the Hellfire Club in Sydney, where
memories.
Someone did a thing where a guy on his dick, they did a spiral pattern of wintergreen and something like chili sauce. So it's one that gives your skin surface a sensation of intense cold, and the other gives your skin sensation intense heat. And they painted it on his dick in like barber pole pattern, and then he fucked someone in front of a crowd, and everyone was just like, okay, this is different. It's just for both the deliverer and the recipient, the mix of, and because it's not actually hot and it's not actually cold, it's a chemical reaction.
It's a sensation,
that tells your nerve endings, this is extremely cold and this is extremely hot, and you get both at the same time. And apparently they were into it.
To be clear, anybody watching this now or in the future, Hellfire is really, really, really tame in comparison to private play parties.
Yeah. Yeah. True story.
Oh yeah, private play parties makes like Hellfire is fucking PG-13.
Well, that was public because Hellfire was public. Hellfire was
public.
No,
I went to Hellfire for many, many years, and I saw many, many terrific fucking things at Hellfire.
There was some really good performances, basically.
Oh yeah, there really was. Yeah. But nothing prepares you for your first private play party. Nothing.
Oh yeah, private and public are two really really different things.
I was telling a story about a private play party and got shut down because I triggered a couple of people.
Yeah, because you get into blood play and weird fucking
Sorry,
shit.
I want to put the brakes on that before you even start, AZ.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I have learned from my mistake. And I'm not going there. But I am going to finish off Chili Dick.
Chili Dick.
Basically,
Tell me a Chili Dick story.
So Chili Dick, we took him to hospital because he was basically crying, and it had grown like I could believe how much a foreskin can grow. It had grown to the size of a golf ball, and I just went, "That's not right." And we went to obviously a public hospital because we're poor. And the nurses went, "Oh, you can wait over there." And we were expecting the 4-hour public hospital wait. And then blood started to come out the end of him. And we went to the nurses and went, blood's coming out of him. And they've gone, "Yeah, we'll take him in now." And so they took him in. And the doctors had to basically stretch this poor bugger even further. And wash and moisturize and wash and moisturize and wash and moisturize until they got all of the oil out. And he was in hospital for 4 days, basically with a catheter and pain. And
put me in a medically induced coma for the entire fucking time, pretty please.
Absolutely. Well, in fact, you and I, it would probably kill. So
yeah, there's a good chance. Yeah,
like that stupid fucking cousin of mine who he's a weirdo. That kid, he's a fucking weirdo. He's been to jail, because he got caught putting puppies in a fridge in a dump.
What? Jesus.
Yeah, he's a fucked up kid. Anyway, he put this chili in my eye. I went to the hospital. They took me straight in because they don't fuck around with eyes, yeah? And my face had blown out and I stopped breathing. They give me all these EpiPens. And they forced a tube down my throat so I could breathe. All I was thinking was when I get home, I'm going to I'm going to kick his balls through his nose. Essentially they gave me this injection, and the whole fucking allergic reaction went away in 20 minutes. It was gone. My eye hurt for 4 days, but the whole allergic reaction was just gone. I said, "What was that?" And they said, "Oh, it was a particular antihistamine we use." And I said, "Well, what was it?" And they said, "Oh, it's a particular antihistamine we use." "What's it called?" "It's a particular antihistamine we do." And I'm going, okay, it's some kind of sorcery. The man, the myth, the legend of Chili Dick. Yes. When Chili Dick started bleeding, we were going, no more. No more waiting. Because he was crying the whole time. He was crying. And
because he's a little bitch.
I
occasionally just want to be a completely unreasonable person.
That and his dick was on fire. And I felt for him because I me and Chili, and one of his friends tried to pull his foreskin back to try and clean it out for him.
Which is what friends do.
Well, it was
good friends anyway.
It was a kind of an emergency thing, and basically, it turned into some kind of phimosis thing going on. It wouldn't stretch over the end, and he was just screaming the whole time. We said, "This is gone beyond what we can do, dude. It's hospital," and. He went to hospital and basically they wrenched it back, gave him a catheter. He said the wrenching back made him
Oof.
pass out.
God damn.
And then they
God
woke him up and said, "We wanted to see if you're okay." And he said, "I'm clearly not. Why did you wake me up?" "Oh, we wanted to see if the catheter was going to be okay."
What time was this?
You didn't put it in. It's just now 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
so he fainted from pain, right? And so
Yeah.
before they injected him with the bloody anesthetic for the catheter, they woke him up. And he said, "Why did you wake me up?" And they said, "Oh, we wanted to make sure you were still breathing and okay." And he went, "Why could you put the catheter in while I was asleep?" And they said, "Well, no, we wanted to make sure that everything was fine."
But-
I mean, it's
Oh, wait,
clearly not fine.
So with you, AD, I never know, but are you still talking about is this the story of the chili dick?
Yes.
This is
Still?
Chili Dick, yeah.
This is still
Okay.
Chili Dick. Yeah.
Rightio. I've got a
Chili
chili dick story after AD's done.
Yeah. Also,
Chili
for
Dick
people who
is
wonder
about
why is AZ so empathetic to this, like I remember from like doing YouTube meetups where people go like, "Let's have a cheeky Nando's," and AZ's like, "Oh, okay."
But Nando's
And
is
people go to have
nothing.
Nando's just with there's enough chili in the air in Nando's that AZ can only stay in there for about 10 minutes because you go,
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
right
"Need
there
to
with
go
him.
outside or my throat will
Takeaway
clog
only.
up and I'll die."
No. You can't. No, AT and I can't eat that. If we try to
No,
eat that here,
it's not just
we will
not
die.
eating it. He can't
It's
be in there
be in
because
there.
the
Yeah,
shit's
no.
in the air.
It's
No.
the
Yeah, he
fumes.
said. No,
The
he said.
fumes.
He said takeout only. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that we can't even get a takeout.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
AT can't
on that
even
same-
sit there while other people
Yeah,
eat.
I can't. Like, if one of my ex-housemates, he used to always get Vindaloo delivered because he loved a good Vindaloo, and I had to leave the house whenever he
Yeah.
ordered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I'd need to open up all of the doors, the
So,
windows,
he
leave
would
the
have
house.
to.
After he finished eating, he would send me a text. I would wait 25 fucking minutes before going back home again because of
You-
the reaction that I would get just from it in the air.
Yeah.
You would have to like schedule Vindaloo night.
If I
Just
if
about-
I go into
just
a
about.
Nando's in about 20 minutes, the chili in the air attacks my eyes and my nose and my throat, and I can't stay there any longer. I've got to go outside and get fresh
Yeah,
air
right.
into me. Otherwise, and
I may well crash not because of chili, but because I just made myself an absolutely delicious old fashioned. But it's a mix of Smith and Cross Jamaican rum, which is like 65% alcohol, and a high proof. I did a blend of high proof rum, high proof whiskey, and a little dash of absinthe.
Is there going to be an after party?
Is that responsible?
I'm probably just gonna fall asleep and see blue
Okay.
fairies for a while. But
Yay!
Was that responsible of you, Mr. Angry? Was that?
I feel
adult
responsible
behavior?
because I'm not driving a car. Like, you know, Tim Smith. Also, I assume Tim Smith is paralytic drunk and has done half a mountain of cocaine tonight, laughing his ass out about the
See,
spectacular failure of Matthew Guy.
I am a little pissy that I'm not with Tim Smith because I'm not doing half an ounce of cocaine.
Oh, I reckon Tim Smith is so fucked at the moment.
I reckon you're right. I reckon you know what I also reckon?
He may turn up in
I
a
reckon
gutter somewhere.
Albo is calling Dan, and they are pissing themselves.
Yeah.
I reckon they are making jokes about Smurfs.
Yeah.
Going.
Watch the media
because
tomorrow.
there's only one girl and she's
Yeah.
trans. By the way, there's American Christians who reckon that Girl Smurf, what's her name? Girl Smurf?
Smurfette.
Smurfette is trans. Has to be trans. Otherwise, because there's only boy Smurfs and there's one girl Smurf, therefore she's trans. And it's
That's
obviously
totally the way it works.
it's obviously from the devil, and it's meant to send our children to hell.
Honestly,
so they're
Smurfs
trying
are
to
definitely
ban
from the devil.
Smurfs.
Yeah.
Well, Gargamel basically reminds me of every Christian pastor I've ever met.
But Gargamel made them for sex toys, didn't he? I don't know what that was.
You know,
Gargamel make them? I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, I think watch the media tomorrow because I think Tim Smith might show up naked in a gut or something. Oh, Svan, you've got your wolf again. I freaking, oh my God. That is
doggy.
Son, you're not allowed to bring horses inside. Okay?
I know.
I know.
Is that a spectacular?
dog.
All I know is I want to pet the pupper. That's all I know.
If you want to put reins on it, right, for Christmas, I'd understand. But you can't. Like, are you living in one of those European houses where they keep the animals inside for winter? Is that what's going on?
No.
Because
yeah, dog. Duh.
You know, I'm trying to look for the cattle behind you and the sheep because you've got the horse next to you, and I know you've got to brush your horse every day. I understand that, but that fucking thing, you know, if it hears war trumpets, it's going to start stamping on shit. So be careful.
That's a horse. He's a dog.
Are you going to start stamping on shit? What's your answer to that?
He said
his
yes.
answer is his answer is just to be adorable. That's his entire answer is just to be adorable.
He talked to you and said yes.
He's just sitting there saying, "I'm the best doggo. Give me pats. I'm the best doggo. No,
Look
you
at
need
that.
to give me
He's
pats
stamping
because
on
I'm the
you.
best doggo."
He's stamping on you, going, if I meet that AIDSy prick, I'm gonna fucking take him by the throat and show him what jaw pressure is.
Look at that, he's dead.
Huge fucking dog, son. It's a fucking massive animal.
It's actually
It's
small.
gorgeous. It's
That's
gorgeous. What's his name? Her name?
His name's Yogi. As in
Yogi.
Yogi Bear.
Well, hello.
I wholeheartedly approve of this.
Hello, Pat.
What an amazing animal. Fucking fantastic dog. that
you.
one.
It is a sweetie. And you've trained him obviously well. What kinds of games do you play?
I like to take him to the CBD.
Yeah.
And I go to a local pub called the Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, dude, you've got to fucking hit me up if you're going out. If I got to sort of pat and snuggle that dog, that would just be the fucking best.
Yeah, and more often or not, I get staff to walk him.
Yeah. Oh my God. Particularly like Mondays,
because
Tuesdays.
they'd
I'm in the
fucking
city,
hate
so-
that. They'd fucking hate taking 20 minutes off.
I know. Could you imagine?
To walk this fucking awesome dog that's
Yeah.
pleasant and friendly, and fucking no one's going to give them shit while they've got this dog on a collar. That would be a fucked thing to do in the middle of your shift. Oh, I've got to walk the dog. I've got to. I might be an hour. You know.
So I know both the owners. They actually own quite a few pubs. So they even take their own greyhound. They've got a dog bed.
Oh,
in their
nice.
safe room. I've been in their safe room, by the way, to fix their network. But yeah, so they don't mind the staff giving him a walk. They love seeing Yogi. So
Well, also too, I mean, if the staff work really hard and they say, "Hey, you take the dog for a walk," it's a bit of a gift to the staff. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a present.
yeah, it is.
It's like take half an hour of paid time to take the dog for a walk. It's like, yes, fucking sweet. I don't have to deal with dickheads fucking putting beer over the counter.
Parents getting complaining about their food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Actually, one thing that I've noticed recently, going out for lunch in the CBD is because a lot of the places are short-staffed at the moment.
Yes.
You get a lot of people complaining about the fact that they're getting turned away, despite the fact that there's a whole bunch of tables and seats available.
So whereabouts do you hail from, Matt?
Doncaster, Melbourne.
Oh, okay. I thought you were overseas for some reason.
Yeah.
That's probably
Yeah,
my
dude.
accent.
So Svan, I'm often I'm a work from home guy, but I'm maybe in the office on Monday or Tuesday. Like I'm catching up. I'm actually going to have lunch with Safa on Monday. If you're ever in the city, particularly on Monday or Tuesday, particularly if that absolutely fantastic dog. I'm not saying I don't love you, man, but if your dog is with you, then
It's all about the dog.
Yeah, it's all about the dog. So
if I ever make my way down south again, Angry, I'm definitely going to be calling in for a lunch with you, mate.
Oh, again, it is the city for it. Honestly,
you'd hate lunch with Angry. He's a fucking tight ass. You go to fucking the shittiest places, and you get fucking low quality burger mints.
No, if we get
on the side,
I just take him somewhere that does good cocktails, and that'd be the end of it.
Oof. No. Again, evenings in Melbourne, bar hopping. There's like no word of a lie. Just in the Melbourne CBD, there are 20 top tier cocktail bars, and of course, you can't drink 20 cocktails in a night.
You just can't. You can't go to them all, and
even Sticks will put you in a gutter somewhere. But so a good night out for me, I go to 3 or maybe 4 venues. You go to a venue and you have a drink, or maybe 2. Then you go to another. But sometimes you end up in one venue and it's just like, oh, look at the bar snacks. No, I'm just going to keep getting snacks and drinks here. I'm going to spend the entire night.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't.
Having someone bringing me snacks and drinks.
I have never had a shitty meal with Angry. I don't know how he finds these places, but they're always just fucking spectacular.
I swear to God, I only know about 10% of the good places. There are so many good places.
I mean, every time Angry takes me to lunch or dinner somewhere in the city, usually lunch, right? It's fucking amazing. And we went to this pub that was just hidden. This is hidden underground.
Yeah, literally down some stairs. You had to go down the stairs to get into the pub.
They fucking brought my napkin and put it in my shirt, and I thought, oh fuck me, I can't pay for this. Because when they're doing that, you know you're in for it. And then they started bringing it out, and it was like this steak. I said, well, medium well, please. And then I said, oh, how many letters do you do your steaks to? And they said 3. And I said, well, I'd like well, medium well, please. And they went, yeah, great. Not batted a fucking eyelid. And it came out well, medium well. And I went, shit. Okay. And the chips were crisp. The salad was cos lettuce with, and it was just amazing. And I just went, oh my God. And I got through it. And then dessert came, and I went, dessert? There's dessert? And I had to eat that as well. I thought, if I eat more, I'm going to vomit. And basically, then there was beer. And I sort of staggered out of there.
Yay, beer.
I thought, I'm going to die. And Angry said, well, I'm back off to work. And I just thought, how can you get back to work as pissed as I am and do stuff? And apparently, when you're a developer, you can.
You just spend the afternoon staring at your screen, telling people to leave you alone. Because if anyone got you into a conversation after that,
they're going to know.
It's going to be, you're going to have one of those conversations that starts with, you know what your problem is?
No, I've been I've gone out to like executive lunches with middle management and big bosses before, and like on the way back I've had them like turn around to me and go, so if anybody asks us any questions, you're answering them, Shannon, because you were the only guy to not fucking drink, and we're not in any kind of fit state to answer questions right now.
Yeah, I was at one place where a middle manager actually got walked out because he did a Friday afternoon, several drinkies at lunch, and then made the foolish mistake of going into a board meeting and literally did the thing where he leans across the table and goes, you know what your problem is?
I got to go, Dan. Dan's doing a speech.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan's doing a speech.
Dan's doing the speech, or is it?
Yeah, no, Dan's saying, I believe Dan's speech can be summarized as "fuck you all, everyone in the media, go fuck yourself."
Holy shit, Dan actually looks like he's got emotions compared to Matthew Guy's speech.
Oh God, Matthew Guy, I do have a tiny bit of sympathy for Matthew Guy.
Sorry, I live in his area. Fucking...
Did Matthew Guy actually concede yet?
Yeah, no, he's made a speech where he's
conceded.
Yeah, we have to work together. And Dan Andrews has gone on, fuck you guys. I'm not talking to you at all.
I
for the
don't
next
have to work
4
with
years.
you at all.
Fuck
You're
you.
nobody. You're nothing. Water rights.
My only wish is that Matthew Guy fucking lost his seat as well.
Which was
Like
sad
that.
that he didn't.
Well,
I had some
tried to
hope
vote
that he would.
against him. Unfortunately, he kept his seat. But
Yeah.
my God, that human being looks so much
Yeah,
like.
I just like Dan Andrews out there going, yeah, I'm going to do fat rails of cocaine off your mum's butt cheeks. Fuck you, Liberal Party.
Yeah, I'm going to have a twerky sandwich while I'm doing it.
You know what? If a politician, I don't actually care if they're Liberal or Labor at this point. If a politician actually came out and said that in their accepted speech, they'd get my vote next time.
Yeah.
Just because of how entertaining that actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my favorite things ever was Barack Obama doing one of the fun press. You know how the president always gets his own back at the press one night a year?
And
his last one.
Yeah.
The last one, he said, finally, I've proved that I'm American. I've got the birth video. And it was the Lion King.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Fucking sweet. And
the one from Barack Obama
was
that made me piss. Sorry, the one from Barack Obama that made me piss myself laughing was that time that he brought in the anger translator.
Yes,
That's
from
right.
Key and Peele. That was
Key
brilliant.
and Peele. That
Because
was brilliant.
for those who don't know it, Key and Peele were a great Black American comedy duo, and Jordan Peele would play Obama doing the calm sort of, and Keegan-Michael Key would do the thing where he was the angry black man, and he was translating what Obama said into anger, and just like "fuck you, people," and then at Obama's last press club thing, he did a thing where his anger translator came up, and it was Keegan-Michael Key, and Obama's starting off like I'm the remedy, and his anger translator to it, and then Obama starts saying, and this, and fuck you, and this, and his anger translator goes, dude, fucking chill. What the hell?
Calm down.
What the hell are you doing?
I can do this. I've got
It
this.
was
I've got
very
this.
funny.
And then
It
he
was
just
very
took
funny.
It just took it like totally
Very
over the top.
funny.
And his anger guy just like was going, I'm out.
Yeah,
And
the anger
started
guy
to
is going
talk
like,
to
no,
the
this is too
people
intense.
on
Yeah.
the table, and he went to Michelle Obama and leave him. Just go, just get out. There's shelters. And he was like, telling all the cabinet that was there that basically, the man is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's like Obama's angry now. He doesn't have to win another election, and he's just angry at everyone. It was very funny.
It really was.
He also did some little video shorts when the election was done, and he was caretaker president, doing nothing, and he was bored out of his mind. And he did one where he had played with the, you got the face modifier on the phone.
Yes.
And he was talking to someone with a monster face, going, "I found this thing on the phone. It's really cool." And it was one of his cabinet going, "Yeah, Mr. President, this is really not a thing."
Obama using a Snapchat filter.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that.
I found sorry.
Yeah, that reminds me of that lawyer that was in court over Zoom during COVID, and he put a cat face.
He had a cat filter on.
That's right. Yeah, and he didn't know how to turn it off.
One of his kids had put it on, and he's
Yeah.
saying stuff like, "I'm not a cat. I'm a lawyer."
That's weird.
Just the other one was the guy that had to appear via Zoom in a court case, and either he or somebody else had used his computer and set his username to like Pussy Pounder 69 or something like that.
Yes.
And he's gone into the court thing with that nickname, and the judge is a bit like, so that's rather unacceptable. You know?
Yeah. But also, there was also a guy, there was a staff Zoom meeting for the New Yorker magazine, and one of the guys, when they said, we're taking a break, he didn't switch his camera off, and they were having a 5-minute break, and he clearly went onto a porn website, and he hadn't switched his camera off, and he started jacking it, and the rest of the staff are like, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh my
god.
And
this dude was just jacking it on a staff
You're
meeting.
still on, dude. You're still on, dude. You're still on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeffrey Toobin.
This
his
isn't
name.
OnlyFans, for fuck's sakes, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
no,
oh my
it was
God.
so clear that he just thought, 5 minutes, I'm going to jack off. And he went on to but he didn't switch his webcam off. And everyone is forced to see him jacking off. It's just like, oh my God.
So
and
at this
people
point,
defended him. People defended him. It was wild.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I can understand wanting to do that as opposed to being at work, but you know, time and place.
Just switch your webcam off.
It's
kind of like when
Move
you get
the
those.
slider across. Move the slider across, and you'll be
There's
fine.
Dr. Abigail's backstage. You had to tell me because there's so many of us I couldn't see that. There you are.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Abigail.
There's a particular
Hello.
phishing
This is
message.
This is why you need another monitor.
No, I don't. It's just because it's stuff. Okay, I refuse to say anything more complicated than that because I've had a couple of celebratory drinks over what's happened.
Okay. Can I describe my night since I left the stream last
The
time?
Greens victory party. Tell us about it.
Greens victory party. Oh my effing God.
How many
And
people
I'm an
did you finger?
atheist.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Because honestly, if I went to a Greens
what are you
victory
looking
party tonight, I would have
Okay,
fingered
so-
a bunch of people. I would have fingered a bunch of people.
I mean, okay, so on the one hand, I've got stories of anxiety, that my own panic attacks during the night, being in a
Yeah.
room full of
Yeah.
lots of people.
Yeah, pretty intense.
But also, I literally saw a guy go to take his phone out of his pockets, and drugs came out of his pocket, like a thing of pills, and he just picked him up and said, "You didn't see that," to someone, and I'm like just sitting there, just like thinking, "I saw that."
Yes.
And then
I didn't see
like,
if you shit them.
What did I
later on
miss?
in the
Someone,
night- later on
someone
in the
typed
night-
mass orgy.
Later on in the night, I saw two people go into the bathroom together, and one
dear.
of those people were in a relationship with someone else.
Oh no! Scandal.
No.
I'm not naming names.
Is this
And
a
they're at
TV?
the after party. So I just came from the after party. That was at the after party. So that wasn't even at the party. That was at the after party. So,
That's usually where that kind of shit goes down.
yeah. So I lasted like 10 minutes at the after party. So I was at the party. It was at a pub. It was full on, lots of people, crowded, hot, claustrophobic. And I'm like, I'm sitting there with my mask on, just like sitting down, just like this. And someone comes up to me and says, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? I'm smiling and dancing." Like, and she just says, "That's not a smile, Abigail." And I'm like, "Yes, it is." So they could see, but everyone could see through my disguise. My diazepam just was working overtime.
No. AZ doesn't stink like cigs and sweaty ass.
No, he doesn't.
He stinks like
What's
vape
No.
and infected toes.
What's kekwa?
I smell of cigs and sweaty ass. Thank you.
There you go. So
See-
Johnny, get it straight. Johnny stinks like cigs and sweaty ass.
I don't know
AZ
what
This
like
is
kekwa
actually
means.
and weird
vanilla.
toes.
This is actually vanilla flavored. So
Oh,
I stink
I
like
got a
vanilla
few.
flavor. I'm still at a gig, but I can't believe we are still live.
It's only.
Yeah.
It's a
Anyway.
celebration. It's only 11.
So to continue, I'm done, right? I'm ready to leave this party, and so I go up to the campaign manager Mia, and say, look, I gotta go, and she just says, oh, we're all going to the campaign office, which is just down the road. You should come along to that. It'll be much quieter. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'll go there for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, right.
And so we go there. And they got music pumping and lights, and I'm like, this is not much better, but at least it's a much more open space. And so I grab a soda and I sit down, and all of a sudden, because of my alexithymia, I noticed that
What's that?
I've been having alexithymia is when you don't realize the emotions you're feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until they're so overwhelming.
Oh, yeah.
That it's a very autistic thing.
Yeah, I've just never come across that term, that's all.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so I notice I'm like deep in the throes of a panic attack. So I sit down and all of a sudden I start bursting into tears and I'm screaming into a cushion. And luckily no one really noticed because they're looking at a screen going, woo, because they're half drunk.
Yeah.
And eventually I like calmed down, and I think it was more of a release than anything.
Yeah.
Because I was just like tense all night. And
I got a good panic attack, sorry.
I relax a bit, and I've got like, I'm crying, and finally someone notices and they come up to see if I'm okay, and I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I just needed to do that. And yeah, then I just like chilled out, but it was just too loud. And I don't understand, what I don't understand is how people, if you've got an environment that's super loud that you have to yell, how people can enjoy that environment.
Okay.
I don't get it.
There is
I don't
ways.
get it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I understand how it works.
It depends for everyone.
I understand how it works is that I am Asperg, and loud noises have always freaked me out. And when things are very loud, I've always gone, this is not for me. And there's a very good friend of mine, in fact, Boss of the House, who is not Asperg. He's Asperg.
He's totally
Asperg.
Yeah.
Right. Every time there's a loud noise, he covers his ears. Every time there's a crowd, he freaks.
Every
100%. Time there's people, he goes, "You're doing the peopling to me."
Yes.
Now, I, of course, being the Spurg in school, because there was no such thing as Asperger's when I was a kid, right? I'm 50-something.
Same.
Right. So I was in primary school in the 70s, right? And in the 70s, there was no such thing as Asperger's. There was just the crying weird kid in the corner. Same in the 80s, same in the 90s, except what happened to me in the 80s is I found sex and drugs. And I thought, I want much more of that. Much more of that.
Well, to be fair, you don't need to be Spurg in order to want more of that.
No, but I had decided that I wanted more of that. And to do that, I had to get people to give it to me. You can't just take it or buy it from the store. You've got to get people to give you drugs and sex. So I had to learn how people work. And I studied people. And the way I did it was I studied what they looked like, then what they said, then what they did, then what they looked like. And found out if what they said and did were the same and what they looked like before and after was any different. And I did that for years and 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 years. And I forgot that I was still doing it when I was 24 or 25. and I was in a car with a good comic friend of mine, and we were going past the Beaconsfield Parade, stopped at the pedestrian crossing, and there was this couple holding hands going across the road, and I said, "Oh, how sad." And he went, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Oh, they're breaking up." And he went, "What?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, they're breaking up." And I said, I don't, what the fuck are you talking about? And I said, "No, well, they're breaking up." And I explained to him how I knew this. And then he took me home and he made me watch on cable TV poker because he was a gambler. And he said, "I want you to tell me who's going to fold, who's bluffing, who's
Nice.
who's
AD,
I used to
have
play
you
poker.
seen the
seen
Tom
Rain?
Cruise Dustin Hoffman movie Rain Man?
I need to watch that.
Say, you've had
You're
your Rain Man
basically
movie.
our Rain Man, is what we're saying.
Right, so I didn't understand. I haven't seen Rain Man. I didn't understand that, but I do understand Qantas is the best airline. And basically, I nailed it. I nailed every single one, and all he was seeing was cha-ching dollar signs. And then for the next 3 months, he tried to teach me pot odds. I am so bad at arithmetic, it's embarrassing. I can explain quantum electrodynamics. I can explain the special relativity. I can explain general relativity. I can tell you what a quadratic curve is. I cannot add up numbers. And
Same
after
here.
3 months, he was crying, going, "This isn't going to work. We're not going to be the millionaires that I want us to be. I just don't. It's not fair. It's just not fair." Because what he was going to do is he was going to basically teach me how to do it and put me in the tournaments, and we were going to win millions of bucks, right? And he was going to be my manager. And essentially, how do people like loud noises and where you've got to shout at one another? What's that about? Okay. What it's about is masking your inadequacies. When the music is so loud that it drowns out everything that you're saying normally, you have to shout your intentions to somebody. And when you shout your intentions to someone, basically what happens is that you have to think through what you're shouting, and you can also say what you've said was wrong that they heard. If you fuck up, you can say, "No, that's not what I said. I said the dog fucked the man, not the man fucked the dog."
What? Okay.
How did you get to that?
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I get your meaning.
I don't. Oh, you lost me there.
I don't. I believe you. It still doesn't make sense that people would want to willingly do that.
Well, basically, it's a mask. Okay, it's another mask. It's
a very
mask.
uncomfortable mask.
Not necessarily. Because
No, necessarily.
you can...
No, absolutely necessarily. I'm sorry, I'm with Abigail on this one all the way. 100% all the way.
I am uncomfortable in loud noises. I don't like them, right? But in a loud noise environment, like I'm talking music. I'm not talking fucking jackhammers. I'm talking music.
Yeah.
Right?
Same.
And lights, you know? Pretty
yeah,
lights,
nightclub environment. Nightclub environment is uncomfortable.
It's a mask. It basically allows you to do things you wouldn't normally do. You wouldn't do in street light outside. You wouldn't do in your normal speaking voice, right? And it gets you to say things like, "Hey, let's go somewhere more quiet so we can chat." and she will go, "Oh no, I'm enjoying the dancing. Okay, can I dance with you? Oh, I'm dancing with someone else. There's no one else here. It's my imaginary friend. Fuck off." And there's all kinds. It's just another mask, and it basically takes away.
AZ,
Yes.
I believe you.
Hmm.
It sounds like other neurotypicals okay kind of situation. I don't get it, but I fully believe you that this is what they do, but it's just not for me. It's
No, it's not. It's not. It's absolutely not for you. It's not for me. It's not for Spurgs. It's not for.
Sorry. What are we
people who
blaming
don't-
the neurotypicals for now?
Nightclubs.
Oh right, no, nightclubs fucking suck. The neurotypicals are not okay. The neurotypicals.
Yeah.
Speaking as the official spokesperson for the cishet white neurotypicals, we're not okay. We're not okay.
Also,
no one's ever okay in a nightclub because they're in a nightclub.
Well, see, believe it or not, I have been to many nightclubs, and I've actually surprisingly scored and picked up many women at nightclubs.
Well, you're doing better than me.
Fuck knows how. I have no fucking idea how.
But
I
I've
have
never picked up in a
basically
nightclub.
a 50. Well, they were all like lesbian bars and doof bars and.
Yeah, I still.
Gay
So
bar.
it was either women looking for women or everyone was high off their tits. And so I had basically a 50-50, like a 50% strike rate, which is pretty good odds if you think about it.
That's very good odds.
They're not the worst odds at all.
I've only been to
So,
a gay club a
fuck
couple of
knows
times.
how I did it.
But see, this
I
is
just
what
dance
I'm saying.
and have
this
fun.
is what I'm saying.
Anyway,
when you're in a
Can I
go
just
on.
say, on my way home after all this panic and release, I bought some comfort food, and I'm going to eat the fuck out of it right now.
Good work.
Continue.
Good fucking work.
What did you get?
I'm doing rum and eggnog at the moment. So
Hey, my doc.
What did you get in terms of comfort food, Abigail?
Hey, mine.
What is that? A chocolate eclair? What is that?
It is bun with artificial cream and jam.
Yum.
It is cold.
They're called
Sounds good to me.
They're not really eclairs.
Donut. It's donut with fake cream and jam, and it is unhealthy as fuck, and it is absolutely delicious.
I used to
It
get those.
sounds wonderful.
Nice.
That's mine.
I've never
It's
seen
unhealthy
Light
as
and
fuck, and
fluffy.
Abigail don't give no fucks.
I have no fucks left to give.
Great.
You know
That's
what?
wrong.
I have saved up $4.50 for the rest of this stream.
That's a very
man, that
precise
again.
number.
And the after
You're
party.
well invested.
And I give half a fuck for basically for Dr. Abigail eating that comfort food.
Yeah.
The other thing is,
Glorious.
I'm not saying we want to see you deep throat the whole donut thing, but you know.
Oh,
ha, ha, ha.
Thank you so very much,
You're
Angry,
bad.
for fucking my dream. You bastard. You fucking animal. You.
I know I'm the worst.
know me
We
well.
can officially
You
declare
bas-
I'm the worst.
You
That's like-
basically knew where I was going. You know what I wanted, and you killed it.
Okay,
You killed
guys.
Eh,
2 months ago, I was fucking sexually assaulted. Please don't mention me doing anything sexual on the stream.
That's
No
fair.
Thank
and
you.
I apologize. That's fair.
bad.
Fair enough.
I
Sorry.
apologize for that.
I didn't know that had happened, Abigail. My
Hey,
deepest
it's bad.
apologies.
No,
Sorry,
it's
Abigail.
fine.
Sorry about that. I was trying to score points off Angry, and I wasn't trying to fucking drag you into it.
You're bad. You're that.
These
little girls.
I shan't.
I did not need that right now.
I
that's
shan't put you in that position again.
I am
however,
justifiably admonished for that.
I will, however, pour shit on Angry.
No. At
No,
this
look,
point,
it was. Look,
at this point,
Angry's apologized. You've apologized. Let's just move on. Please.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Abigail,
did
you
let's
hear?
dump shit on Matthew Guy.
Actually, you made it.
Because Matthew Guy's a major.
Let's dump.
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm
dump
coming
shit on the
back.
libs. They're fucking losers, and
Yeah.
they deserve shit.
His
dumped on them.
his speech was
And
terrible.
I'm just gonna recover.
Yeah, no.
I was
It was-
mentioning to Angry earlier.
My
Just pure
favorite
copium.
thing is Matthew Guy making any sort of concession speech, knowing what's going to happen to him in the Liberal Party room, and because they literally went backwards. And for the last couple of weeks, they had this unrelenting media onslaught going, "Oh, Labor's in trouble. The Liberals can get up." And not only did Labor not be in trouble, Labor did not lose any ground, and the Liberals actually lost ground. And it's just
Not
it's
only did Labor
humiliating.
not only did Labor keep their fucking their seat, but more progressive parties actually gained seats as well.
Yeah, the Greens have just rocked in.
Yeah.
So Northcote's definitely gone to the Greens, yeah?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
That shames me. I was hoping that the Labor would get up. Actually,
It's
Well,
one of those things. Like I dream of the
but-
day that like a state election, like a Greens win a state election. I dream of the day because I want to see both Labor and Liberal just absolutely lose their collective shit over it.
So let's go through, where did the Greens do well? The Greens absolutely fucking bolted in Brunswick.
Yeah. Yes.
They retained that seat. They absolutely bolted in. I'm scrolling through. Or actually, I'll share the screen while I do this. Actually,
Okay.
where are we?
I'm in the middle of playing a game while I'm in the stream, so I can't alt tab.
That's okay.
I'm too busy on dating apps.
That's also fair. Okay.
I'm actually doing pretty well now.
So
Third time.
it's extremely tight in Footscray. If the ALP gets in over the Greens, it will be really, really, really fucking close.
Bendigo was pretty safe because we have Jacinta Allen. We've had her since she went into politics
rocked
at
it.
19 or something.
Yeah. So the seat of Melbourne, which the Greens are retaining,
I was going to say
60% of the primary,
they were always getting that. They were
fucking
always getting that.
smashed it. Absolutely,
Yeah,
fucking
they were
smashed
always
it.
coming home there.
Where are we? Rolling through. Northcote, probably the Greens. It is pretty close.
It's actually pretty close, yeah.
But
But
the Greens,
probably the Greens.
the
yeah.
Greens probably take Northcote in a pretty tight contest, and that's Liberal preferences. Put them in there, but there you go. Pascoe Vale. Looks like the ALP held off the Greens there. I just fucking love how the Greens have fucking rogered the Liberals in Pran.
That is a smack in the ass. That is a smack in the ass from Pran.
As long as they just win everywhere, I don't care.
Yeah. So Preston, it was pretty tight, but it looks like the ALP are going in. Richmond, the Greens seem to have fucking romped in.
I really thought that Richmond would go to the Greens. I really did think that.
Like 14% swing. That's fucking huge.
No, I really thought Richmond was going to go Green.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to speak to Gabrielle Devitri tonight and congratulate her on that win. And she's very emotional, as you can.
Oh yeah, as you
imagine.
expect.
And she's very excited to
Hang on,
get
Shepparton looks like
get
it's
to
gone
work.
green. Shepparton.
No, that's Nationals.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
Sorry.
Nationals.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I've got bad eyesight. I've got bad eyesight.
the ABC website is really dodgy. But yeah,
Nationals
so,
have always
Is
always used the color green, but they use a darker green now, and the Greens use a light green color.
Yeah,
and it can be confusing for the colorblind. So, you know,
did Laurie Oakes bloody retire a couple of years ago? Or is he still commentating political
No,
stuff?
he retired.
he should have. He's
Yeah.
got the brain worms. Laurie Oakes has the brain worms.
Oh, okay. I just remember him
Brain
from,
worms.
when I was a little fella. Every
Yeah.
election,
Yeah,
I've never heard
no.
the term brain worms before.
Haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
I
know
love
what
it.
I love is every election you get Anthony Green coming on going, okay, it's going to be a bit like this. And you go, Anthony, say the word, bro, because you know
Yeah.
your shit. Everyone in Australia should just listen to Anthony Green and go, this is how it's going to go. It's just how it's going to be. Because he knows his shit. And he
We
says,
do a
"Oh,
search on has Anthony Green called the election.
Has Anthony Rain
website-
done the pain?
I don't think the website exists anymore.
It doesn't, but Anthony Green did call the election for Labor. It's on the ABC website. It's a fun thing. It was a thing. Someone had a website called "Has Anthony Green called the election," which was for any election. And when you looked at it, there would be a picture of either Anthony Green with a big no next to him or a big yes next to him if he called the election, which I personally think is very cute.
that's
and
pretty
very
funny.
fun.
That's pretty funny.
But yes, what we are, it might be a day or two before we know for sure. But what we seem to be looking at is Labor having the same number of seats as the same election, the Greens improving their position, and the LNP actually losing a couple seats, which is fucking astounding. It's so incredible. We've had a couple of weeks of the media pushing this now obviously false narrative that, the Labor's in trouble, the Liberals might win. When you track it back to things like Brexit, Trump, federal elections in Australia, state the pundit class, the media, and the pundits and the fucking survey people have been wrong so many times in the last 10 years.
I basically
Angry,
don't trust them.
Angry, are you trying to tell me that the Murdoch press is out of touch with the average Australian?
He's not trying to say that. He's not trying to say that.
I think
Grasshopper. He's not trying to say
I
that,
think
Grasshopper.
the Murdoch media are an easy target because they are disconnected from reality and whatnot. But what we have seen,
But don't they run most of the polls?
What we've seen in the last 6 to 10 years, virtually every media outlet being wrong. And that's like, and sometimes it's been conservative shit, like all the media outlets was saying Brexit would fail, and yet Brexit got up. All the media outlets were saying Trump would fail, but Trump became US president. And then they were kind of backing Trump against Biden, but Biden got up. And in Victoria, it's been mostly the Murdoch media, but not only, but it has been truly amusing to me. As they go into their third term, it's like they campaigned against the Liberals. They were like, oh, okay, this freeway they're talking about where they're taking people's homes and shit, that's bad. If we win, we will shut that project down and we will have this.
I have a giant cat.
You do have a giant cat. We will have this program of removing level crossings. And then, much to the chagrin of the Murdoch media, Andrews won that election. And then they were horrified when Andrews actually shut down the freeway project and started doing level crossing removal because they were like, "How dare you do that?" And Andrew was like, "That was literally what we campaigned on. We said we would do it." And so when it came to the next election, the Murdoch media were like, "Okay, you got it wrong last time, but now you have to listen to us, and you don't want this guy to be premier." And he fucking crushed the Libs in the last election, and they were so upset. And this time, it's not just the Murdoch media. It was The Age. It was the ABC who were running stories like, "Oh, the Labor's in trouble." And it now proves to have been completely disconnected from reality. And,
I was talking to a friend of mine last night. I was at the hospital with my brother for the greatest majority of last night, sitting around twiddling my thumbs. And at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I thought, hey, my American friends will still be awake. I'll send them a message, see how they're going. And this led to a WhatsApp phone call with one of my American friends, catching up with them, which was really, really lovely. And we hadn't spoken. The last time that we spoke was just before the last federal election in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, so what's it like with, Anthony Albanese at the helm? I said, the hardest part so far of getting used to him is actually having a leader who's keeping true to his fucking election promises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not being mortified at the failures and the lies.
It's disturbing how much of a change of pace it is.
Yeah.
Like it's
the other thing that Albanese's done was he's learned from Rudd, and every time he's done something, he's basically already organised the system and infrastructure behind what he's doing. See, what Rudd would do is say, I'm going to have bats in every house, and just implement it and not have a check system. And then it turned into a clusterfuck. It was a great idea. It was a great idea, but he just went, do it now, and we won't check.
Same thing with their initial NBN plans as well, but yes.
Exactly, right?
Hey,
and and Albanese has turned around and said, what we're going to do is we're going to spend our time in opposition working out the infrastructure and then hit it with qualification, with fucking certification, with fucking thinking. And then they turned around and said, we're going to buy back all of the fucking all of the power and water, because the privatized power and water is a fuck up par excellence, and it has been a fuck up par excellence.
Oh no, I agree with you completely. But who said that we're going to buy it back?
Albanese and the Labor premiers are basically in lockstep on this one.
Andrews has actually said they're going to be state-controlled energy, because the private market has failed us.
It's just crashed.
All right, that's it. Now I'm official. Sorry, go ahead.
Just quickly, super quickly. Grasshopper, Shannon,
yes,
what game are you playing?
Diablo 3.
Oh. I downloaded, sorry, talking about gaming, I'm not playing it yet, but Epic do you think like, Star Wars Squadrons is free if you download it today. And I'm like,
oh,
that sounds like fun.
On Epic, yeah.
Yeah, so I did actually today download Star Wars Squadrons. But I've got a whole bunch. I still haven't finished my replay through of Red Dead Redemption 2. I haven't finished my playthrough of Borderlands 3, which is fun but silly. But when I've got that done, I've got a whole bunch of other games that were free, and I've been avoiding all the free games because I'm like, I'm not going to catch up. But yeah, I saw this thing
I've got
Black Friday saying Star Wars Squadrons free. Go for it.
Well,
I literally have hundreds of games on Steam that I've never played. Mainly due to Humble Bundle. I've never played Diablo 3. I played the shit out of. I played so much Diablo 1 and 2. Like just
Diablo 1 and 2. Diablo 2 fucking kicked ass. It was such a
Diablo 2 was fucking fantastic. No, I haven't played Diablo
Excuse me.
3 in the longest of times because.
Guys, sorry.
No, you're right, but
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I haven't
Is
touched
AG
anything.
okay?
Yeah, I think he's had to go to the little AG's room.
Oh,
I haven't
Same
touched
as
anything
one, I
Blizzard.
think. You know,
I haven't
I'm
touched
still
anything
hoping to.
Blizzard for a long time because of the rampant sexism and fuck upness that was Blizzard for the longest of times.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
But a friend of mine, she
That's why I
recently,
pirate it.
she recently, and I mean very recently, got herself Diablo 3. She's been playing it a lot, but she wanted to do the seasonal character, and she's trying.
Is this
to do
the
a whole bunch
mobile
of stuff.
game?
No, God, no. No, I don't
PC
touch
game.
Diablo Immoral. No,
Yeah,
Diablo
that's-
3 was well before they decided to fucking screw the pooch.
Oh, this is Diablo 3, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, she wanted to get like a whole bunch of stuff done with the seasonal characters, and she needed help, so here I am. And
Yeah.
right now I'm just power leveling the shit out of her. So
I loved the Diablo 2 feature. There was like a core story thing, but there was a random building of the dungeon as well, and
Yes.
of the elements you found. And so you made all these decisions about how to power up your character, and at various points you would find shit in the dungeon and you go, oh, that would be really good if I had followed a completely fucking different path for my character.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yep.
so you throw that away and you just find the stuff that suits your character. I played Diablo 2 and the expansion packs for it like 4 or 5
Oh,
times.
yeah.
I loved it. It was so
Same.
good.
Yeah,
And
no,
when-
I
when there was that
Lord of
necromancer character where you got to do the things when
Oh,
you kill people,
Skelly bots.
then you could make their corpses explode. And
Yeah, that was with the assassin. Yeah,
I loved it.
I had the most kick-ass assassin in Diablo 2. Oh my god, I loved my assassin so much because I made her specialize in traps as opposed to martial arts as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, she's going to be useless. She's only good in traps." It's like, yeah, come close to me, I dare you.
Yes. Yeah. Try and touch me, I dare you.
That's
like,
it.
yeah.
Like one of the guys that we used to play with, he had a paladin, and he pumped so many levels into thorns. It was a case of just stand there and let them kill themselves by hitting him. It was absolutely hilarious.
Very late.
No, I don't look red.
Yeah. Listen.
Oh, sorry, I think Pat's
Gonna have to go to bed.
Contract master is telling him,
Yep.
why are you sitting in the shed instead of going out and murdering people? Because that's what Pat does.
That's
He
fair.
goes out- He goes out and does contract hits on people.
He does the.
Yeah, that's what
he does
I've heard.
the. He does the O'Malley's bar.
No.
Sorry, now
Abigail,
I'm having flashbacks to Mafia 3, which was a fun game.
That's on my list to play. That one is that the
Mafia
one with the
3
black.
is fun, 'cause there's this
The
thing
main.
you do-
The main character is black.
Yeah, and you can do a stealth thing where you go up
Oh, no,
and
no.
there's a bunch of mob guys in a yard, and there's like 20 of them, and you can't fight 20 guys, but you go right to the
They're in America.
whistle thing that attracts
A long way away.
I know.
Sorry, what's happening? I'm just going to mute Pat for a sec while he's having that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Apparently we're in America, though.
in Mafia 3, there's this thing where, okay, you've got a thing where you've got to take out these mob guys. There's 20 of them. You can't take out 20 guys, but you go right to the edge and you do this whistle, and one guy goes, "What was that?" and walks over to where you are, and then you do a silent kill on that motherfucker, and the rest of them are just going like, "Yeah, Luigi went over there and never came back, but that's probably fine."
Sounds
And then you do
sounds a bit
another
like
kill,
Hitman.
And one more guy goes, "What was that?" and wanders over, and you keep doing these stealth kills one by one until inevitably they go, "I think something's happening over there," and then you do
I love
guns blazing shit.
I love AI in stealth games can be some of the funniest things you ever see.
It can be.
Yeah, no, the funniest one has got to be the Batman games with the stealth in that. Like, because if they see you, if you zip line away fast enough, then they lose sight of you, and all of a sudden they act like as if you're not there. Like 3 seconds later.
Yeah.
And you just start
They
popping.
have very poor memory. Yes.
Yeah.
I once did a run of Deus Ex where I didn't kill anyone.
That's an achievement.
That's a difficult thing to pull off.
There's one character who, like, basically it's a cutscene. You have to kill him. One of the high level NPCs. What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think Pat's trying to talk to us.
No, that's all right. I remember there's a series of videos on YouTube about Red Dead Redemption 2 that a dude calls the goodest guy in the West, where he tries to play Red Dead without killing people. And so he actually calculated the minimum number of people you have to kill to get through, because some of the story stuff you cannot advance, you can't get through.
Yeah. That's like
essentially catalog the minimum number of people you have to kill in Red Dead Redemption to get through it, which I quite like.
Oh, you guys are dropping out.
I can't hear a thing that Angry's saying. Am I still around?
Can't you? Can you not? What?
You're better now.
I can.
I'm
back.
I'm under Wandering Star. I'm sorry, no, I'm channeling Lee Marvin now.
Doing your Tom Waits, are you?
Yeah, Tom
Not
Waits,
quite.
Lee Marvin. It's all the same
Lee
thing.
Marvin. I'll
Just
give you my name.
Put swallow some gravel.
Just,
You know
like
Tom
Tom
Waits-
Waits sings songs. I think
You
I've
know Tom
got
Waits,
dysentery.
took some
Yeah.
LSD and a bottle of scotch and drank it and shouted at a wall for a day and a half to get his voice all gravelly. And it worked.
That's
And it worked.
like the guy that does the voice for Rick and Morty. He drinks unalcoholic beer when he's doing a serious take, so he can burp when he's doing Rick.
Did you just say unalcoholic beer?
Yeah, when he does a serious take, when he ad libs,
no.
when he ad libs, he gets wasted.
Unalcoholic.
Yeah,
You
no,
mean
What?
non-alcoholic?
Your choice of words
Yeah,
is just
whatever.
like you've just completely set
No,
off
no.
her,
If you
I'm
if you've
using
had,
that.
if you've had the month I've had, you'll bloody say a few words that are a bit wrong, all right? So piss off.
No.
Yeah,
No, I'm
we're on
fucking
board.
own that shit. I love it. I'm saying that from now on. Unalcoholic.
All right.
Yeah.
Because it
I
implies
thought some people call it that. Shit.
No, we're on board.
it
guys.
implies that it was once alcoholic and
Oh.
that someone removed the alcohol.
Isn't that how it
Which
works?
is probably how they make it.
Look,
I
Abigail
love
might
it.
not be making Abigail
That's
might
how
not be
the-
making fun of you about it, but I certainly will. But that's just because I'm.
That's how the Americans do it. Hey, listen, Grasshopper, just before we got into fabulous gameplay talk, you were about to say something about I am officially, when we were talking about nationalising power and water.
Oh,
I'm,
I am officially fucking jealous of your state now.
well,
Like
it's
I am
actually,
officially jealous of any
yeah, I
fucking
would be
state
too.
with
Actually
Labor
Oh,
on
you
government.
should be. You live in Sydney.
it's sort
That's
of
enough
Why
out of
wouldn't
you,
you?
Abigail. Just because
We're
you're
so-
correct doesn't mean you're allowed to say it.
We're slowly getting our socialist awesomeness going down here.
No, well,
I don't
it's
know.
the fact that you guys are
Socialist
getting,
utopia.
Would be interesting.
That's the one I was
fact that
looking
you guys
for.
are
Thank
actually
you.
getting back
if,
the fact
if,
that you guys are getting back your fucking power and all of that sort of stuff to fucking state controlled hands. It's like I
Oh.
just
well,
Do you want us to?
I hope
Do you
so.
want us to send you some?
we do actually on a regular basis. We do. Basically,
yeah, because New South Wales,
is-
like even though we mine our own fucking gas, we sell it all and buy it back from Perth because words and
that's the way you
reasons.
do it. Yeah. Basically, if Albanese has his way, all of Australia's power and water will be nationalised within 6 years.
Good.
It is
the
looking
reason,
good.
the
Dan
reason
Andrews
being,
doing it.
the reason being is that they've looked at the business case for it, because you know how the Liberals are always saying, "Show us the business case, show us the business case," and they looked at the business case 2 years ago and they said, all the prices have gone up, all the maintenance has gone down. One of the maintenance has caused a massive fire that killed 400 people. Another maintenance caused a massive fire that killed koalas. And
like the
water,
libs care about koalas.
Yeah, and the water is basically not safe. And if water is not safe to drink, you're in trouble. Right? They are worried that a terrorist attack will basically kill off a city. If you put polonium into one of the reservoirs in our water system, you will kill a city in 6 months. And no one will know until people start dropping dead. And they've basically looked at the security around the catchment dams, and there's fuck all. There's fences down, there's dogs floating in it, there's cows floating in it, and they've gone, guys, you were supposed to be on this. This is private property. You were supposed to be all over this. Oh yeah, but it'd be fine because we purify the water. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good.
I was just looking on Twitter, and there's a variety of fun things on there. And one was like, the Victorian Party had this divide and conquer strategy, and they got the divide part, but they absolutely failed on the conquer part. Damn.
So what you're trying to say there, AZ, is when the Liberal government was putting forward the privatisation of our electricity infrastructure and all of that sort of stuff, when the experts came to them and said that's going to increase prices and decrease reliability, what you're trying to say is the experts were right?
Well, no, I'm not trying to say the experts were right. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say the politicians were wrong. I'm trying to say the earth is flat. And I'm also trying
to say there are aliens.
You should talk to my brother, AZ.
Namu is a planet that is directly in line with the sun, opposite us. This is an Earth
We
planet.
literally had this conversation today, AZ.
I know.
Do I dare ask?
Well,
I want to know.
His place.
There are people who believe that there is a planet exactly like Earth that is exactly opposite to us in our orbit behind the sun that we can't see.
So all the gravitational mechanics, it says that can't happen.
Shush.
Yeah.
Shush you. A friend of mine.
You don't know how funny that is right now.
A friend of mine who basically was bringing a new member into our group, listened to this and went, okay. Rang up the Bureau of Meteorology at 8:00 at night, and they answered, and he said, okay, I've got a guy here who believes in Namu, the planet. Can you give me something to tell this guy to fucking shut him up? And he said, oh, yes, I can. And he went through about 20 things. And he said, okay, first thing, the tides would be weird. We'd know that. Second thing is because of lensing, we'd see that, and because of the elliptical nature of orbiting, we'd see the planet on each side of the sun twice a year at least. We have about 20 satellites running around the sun at the moment. They'd pick something like the Earth up. They go, there's a big fucking planet here. Maybe we should check that out. And it would be so easy to reach. It'd be a joke, because all you do is put a rocket up into Earth's orbit, put it up a little bit higher and leave it there. You wouldn't do anything with it. You just leave it there. And then the planet would come and meet you. And then you'd land, right? It wouldn't even take 6 months. It'd take 2 months. And you just land on the planet and go, there you go. It's basically, what else did he say? He said the gravitational effects on the other planets would be obvious. we would have found it in 1700s. The mathematicians would have said these numbers aren't right. Do it again. The telescopes would have picked it up. It was just this like on and on. This list goes, and so basically that's what's going on. So don't ever tell me that the experts were right and the politicians were wrong, because effectively, if you want to believe that Antarctica doesn't go all the way around the planet and that the water falls over the edge and then crawls under the planet.
No. There's a dome around this flat Earth.
Yeah, the firmament. Yeah, the firmament.
And that keeps the water in. But then this dome is then on top of the big giant space turtle god that we're flying through space in.
That's just silly, Johnny.
No, it is. That is the absolute truth, and it was not written by an awesome author who unfortunately passed away a little while ago.
About 3,000 years.
All right, you know what? We had a big win. It's been a good night. We should fucking go to bed because it's midnight.
I'm not ready to go to bed yet.
I've still got a scammer to screw with, and also I need to set up my new laptop.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to end the live stream, and I personally am going to go to bed. And okay, this is two minute warning. I'm going to share.
Okay.
This is
so
like
we're having a good old fashioned after party then.
in ages.
I'm totally up for that.
I've been waiting for the after party.
I'm not taking my clothes off this time.
No,
I don't care how much you guys pay me.
I might.
Okay, I'm going to do a 2-3 minute warning. That was the link. So I'm going to kill the live stream, and I personally am actually going to fuck off and go to bed.
I was hoping to talk to you. Yeah, it's all good. I'll catch you another time.
No, Johnny, hang out. So I'm going to kill the live stream. The thing is, the after party, we can stay there. So
right here.
we're going away.